nami bese nabonga abantu uzokhula nini Nkululeko yethu mina kangiboni ngiboni gazi lethu elichithwa ngesandla sethu Kirimane na Mungu muntu uzovuga nini welele ngobese yekubiza abanye abantu izilwane nabanga abantu uzofuna nini yelele mabunu yeka nukubiza abanye abantu amakafula nabanga abantu nizozama nini timlela zoti Yeah.
Chembera, chiva chembera. Colleagues, may I please request that the delegates who are still looking for chairs, we have an overflow room. If you walk out of the auditorium on your right, the overflow room has the exact content that is here, and you will see the people in this auditorium beautifully from that overflow room. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. Our dignitaries are coming. May I please request that we clear the bags in the passage so that there are no bags on the passage. Thank you.
This isn't just any chat, it's
Thank you very much for being patient with us. May I please request that we all rise as the minister arrives. I'm going to request that we remain standing as the minister and our dignitaries take their places. I'm going to request that we then join in the singing of the national anthem once the minister has taken his place. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We may be seated. At this point, I would like to invite a representative from Birchwood Conference and OR Tambo Hotel to give us safety protocols. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Molly Chauke from Birchwood Health and Safety Department, and I'm here to brief you a little bit about our safety in case of emergencies. In case of fire or hearing fire alarm, do not panic or run. Just evacuate in the designated emergency exits, of which are those 2 doors at the front, at your back. Through those doors, you'll walk through the foyer, through the glass door. Just next to the shuttle bus is our assembly point. In such cases, there will be fire marshals who will come and assist you to go to the correct assembly point. In case of medical emergencies such as trauma and medical, we have medics that are on standby for your event, imagement, but just outside the foyer, sorry. And we also have an ILS on site and a first aiders that have been trained up to level 3 to assist on that. For those who need a further management, we have Medicare and Medicross, just 5 minutes drive from Birchwood. For those who need a transportation to the hospital, we have Lenwood and also Temple Memorial Hospital for further care. For the bathroom, on my left-hand side, right-hand side emergency exit for the gents, throughout the door on your right-hand side will be your gents' bathroom. From my left-hand side, the bathroom for ladies, just outside the door, will be your bathroom. For those who smoke, through the emergency exit, just by the garden side, that should be our smoking area. Do not leave your belongings such as laptops and a cell phone unattended. Wishing you the best and productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Molly. Colleagues, over the past 5 years, the Human Sciences Research Council has significantly expanded the engaged research efforts, focusing on community collaboration, policy impact, and inclusive knowledge production. It is thus a great pleasure for me to welcome you to this 2025 Engaged Research Conference, where the HSRC and its partners will be showcasing their work. This morning, we are honored to be joined by our dignitaries, and I would like to acknowledge our dignitaries this morning. From the National Executive, we have the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Professor Blade Nzimande. You are welcome, Tata. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Science, Technology, Miss, where I come from, I'm not expected to mention my mother's name. Minister, you know that. So, Miss, what should I say? Miss Mama Gina. Miss Mama Gina. From the National Legislature, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation, Ms. Tsakane Shivili. From the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, the Deputy Director, Dr. Mlungi Sicele, Deputy Director General for Institutional Planning and Support, Ms. Guguletu Zwane, Deputy Director General for Work Preparation Programs, Mr. Monwabi Simfihlo, Deputy Director General for Technology and Innovation, Dr. Kenny Tenza, Chief Director for Science and Technology Investments, Ms. Humutso Majila, Chief Director for Innovation for Inclusive Development, Dr. Tsepang Mosia, Director for Research Support, Science and Technology Indicators, Ms. Rose Msiza. Director for Science Promotion, Science and Youth, Mr. Isaac Ramova. You are all welcome to the conference. From the HSRC, we also have our board members joining us this morning. We have Ms. Shameme Manjo. We also have Professor Ibo Mandaza joining us. You are welcomed, board members. From the HSRC executive, we have the Chief Executive Officer, Professor Sarah Muswetsa. The executive team is also here, full complement. Professor Charlene Swartz, who is the Divisional Executive of Equitable Education and Economies. Professor Kangelani Zuma, who is the Divisional Executive for Public Health Societies and Belonging. Professor Nania Bola Mula, who is the Divisional Executive for Developmental, Capable and Ethical States. We also have our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Yakomin Rousseau, and our Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Lucky Ditaunyane. We welcome you. From the Science and Innovation Public Entities, we are joined this morning by the Chief Executive Officer of the National Research Foundation, Professor Fululero Nelwamondo, the Acting Deputy CEO of the NRF, Dr. Gugumuche, Managing Director of the South African Agency for Science and Technology Advancement, Dr. Mamulet Musia, the Chief Executive Officer of the South African National Space Agency, Mr. Humbulani Mudau, and the Executive Director for Earth Observation at SANSA, Professor Abel Moroela, and colleagues from the South African Scientific and from the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research are also here. You are welcome. We also have a number of other valued partners. The Chief Officer of the Independent Electoral Commission, Mr. Sai Mamabolo, is here. Representatives from DECO and members of the Southern African Development Community diplomatic missions are also joining us this morning. International delegates, global academic leaders, scholars and practitioners, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. We also have a small correction here. Dr. Mlungi Sicele is the Director General of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. Thank you for that correction. Minister, you would wonder, because I have a long list here that I've acknowledged, and perhaps when you were walking in the room, you could do your maths. I'm told you did maths, and you could size the room, and you are wondering, where are these people that Mzi is mentioning? We have an overflow room, and the overflow room is as full as this room. So we do have the dignitaries, we do have the conference attendees, we also have people who will be presenting papers at this conference for the next 3 days. Also, to let you know, colleagues, that this conference is also broadcast online, so we do have people joining us online at this point. And I would like to welcome all our online attendees to this conference. Thank you very much, colleagues. At this point, I'm going to invite our colleague, Dr. Konoswang Sobane, who is the Acting Director for Strategic Partnerships and Innovations Unit at the HSRC, the unit that is hosting the conference for us. Thank you very much. Let us please welcome Dr. Sobane.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And I stand on all protocol as it has already been observed. I have a very small role today. For the last 5 years and even more, the HSRC has been quite intentional about ensuring that the research that we do and the research engagements that we do are actually co-creative and innovative, and are not just research approaches that target us as the HSRC doing research for the people, but we want to work with those that we are doing the research with. And thus, the very long, intentional and deliberate journey of the HSRC's engaged research endeavors. This has culminated into the HSRC trusting me. I don't know whether it was through trust or they had no choice. Trusting me to lead a project funded by the NRF. We call it Mainstreaming engaged research in the NSI. The aim of the project really is to open forums like this one, where we try and engage as different stakeholders in research to come up with some co-creative, innovative ways in which we can continue to engage those that we want, whose lives we want to change with our research. And this is about research, but also about research engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries, I want to invite you to watch a video of the journey, a snippet, just a snippet of the journey of HSRC's engaged research endeavors. And if in the video you see a face of someone sitting close to you, pat them at the back and give them a hug. Thank you. IT?
For 5 years, the Human Sciences Research Council has placed engaged research at the heart of its mission across the country in cities, villages, and global forums. HSRC researchers are not only producing knowledge, they are engaging communities in informing policy, connecting with media, and shaping futures. Engagement begins at the community level. HSRC's divisions work hand in hand with South Africans where they live and work. The Public Health, Societies and Belonging Division leads the National Subsem Surveys, an HSRC HIV/AIDS survey, visiting households across the country, listening to stories of resilience in the fight against HIV.
Main objectives of this study, one of them is to estimate at national, provincial, and at district level the results related to HIV prevalence. Previously, the study was collecting data as indicated that was representative at national level and also at provincial level.
The Equitable Education and Economies Division works with farmers and residents to understand land, food security, and human settlements. And in KwaZulu-Natal, the Center for Community-Based Research has become a home for partnership, trust, and innovation.
And so engaged research is about thinking more meaningfully about who we engage with in the research processes, including who our beneficiaries are of the research, who we're going to work with in implementing the work that we want to do, and also who's going to not just benefit from it, but who's going to use the research in a meaningful way.
So the kind of social problems that we are dealing with at the moment have become a little bit more complex than we used to, and solutions to those problems that our social science research want to address cannot be achieved through a single lens, and definitely cannot be achieved by using a single voice.
Research becomes powerful when it informs action. The Developmental, Capable, and Ethical State Division addresses the urgent realities of climate change, governance, and resilience, translating evidence into actionable policy.
I think one of the things as researchers is that we don't do research or discuss or conference for the purpose of it. It is about actually going out there and engaging the beneficiaries who are, in most cases, the ones that are affected most by these disasters. So we have to go and engage them at various levels so that they understand what the issues are.
Through policy briefs and dialogues, HSRC ensures that data informs decisions at the highest levels of government and diplomacy. Science must bridge knowledge and power. Engaged research helps us cross that bridge together. The HSRC's voice does not stop at research reports. Through conferences, media partnerships, and digital platforms like HSRC Connect, researchers bring science into public debate. The research, development, Science and Innovation Division explores how innovation, formal and informal, shapes economies and engages both technical experts and global audiences. By amplifying these conversations, HSRC ensures its work sparks dialogue far beyond academic circles. Together, these strands form the HSRC's Engaged Research Project, an institutional commitment to research that is relevant, visible, and impactful, not only in South Africa and the continent, but also in the global South. It is research that listens first, acts with, and delivers change that matters. Engaged research is more than a method. It is a promise that the HSRC will continue to build knowledge that transforms lives, strengthens policy, and connects South Africa to the world.
Yes, HSRC, we are here, we are committed to ensure that all of the recommendations that we are going to be making are evidence-led, research evidence-led. Those days of humanities being outside of communities are long gone.
Thank you very much, Connie, for reminding us with this video that engaged research at the HSRC refers to research that is co-produced with communities, with civil society, with policymakers to ensure relevance, inclusivity, and to make sure that we have a real-world impact. It emphasizes mutual learning, shared ownership, and responsiveness to societal needs. I'm now going to introduce someone who constantly reminds us at the HSRC that we cannot be speaking to ourselves, because otherwise that is not engaged research. She is a distinguished sociologist and a CEO of the HSRC. Her work exemplifies engaged scholarship focusing on poverty, labor, and institutional transformation. As the founding CEO of the National Institute of Humanities and Social Sciences, she has championed humanities research for social impact. Her publications and policy roles reflect a deep commitment to bridging the gap between academic world policy and interventions. And that is Professor Sarah Moswetsa. Colleagues, please, let's welcome Professor Sarah Moswetsa.
Dr. Nduna, thank you very much for program directing and for all the work that you have done with the team until this point. I know that it will be easy for me to do what Connie has done, right on protocol. I can't do that, it will be mission impossible. Let me greet our Honorable Minister, Professor Nzimande, in this room, our Deputy Minister, Dr. Gina. I know something that others don't know. Let me also greet our DG, Director General, Dr. Cele. Let me also greet our DDGs who are always supporting, and when I saw them this morning, DDG Zwane, I was comforted to know that you are here to lead us, and me in particular. DDG Imran, I will not put you on the spot and tell you that your interns yesterday missed you. You don't know, but we call you the principal. I don't know, the Vice Chancellor is Bongi. The principal is DDG Imran. Thank you very much for being here, and let me also acknowledge the chiefs of staff and the ministry, as well as the advisors present in the room. Unlike yesterday, where Minister and Deputy Minister, where it was indeed celebratory and fun and games, I think today calls on us to change, at least refer to the work that we do at the HSRC, and this conference, it is at the heart of that. Let me also acknowledge the CEOs present here. Thank you very much for the support from NRF, as well as from SANSA, and you will see some of their inputs. Firstly, from NRF this morning, and in the afternoon, we are signing an MOU, a deliberate MOU with SANSA based on the work that was initiated inside DSTI about disaster recovery in the country, led by DDG Zwane. I want to just say a couple of things. Mine is a very short one. I want to just say a couple of things about this Engaged Research Conference happening today. Maybe to be precise, let me just mention 6 things that I think hold all of us and should hold all of us together in the next 2.5 days. But it's not just the 2.5 days. I want to also do a special welcome to our science diplomacy delegates who are in this room and in the other room. They come from different parts of the continent, 32 countries represented as part of our summer school engagement on science diplomacy. And some of the graduates, not interns, graduates from last night, some of them are joining us today. A special welcome to all of you, because that too is engaged research that we pride ourselves as the HSRC. Firstly, for us, the first core principle of engaged research is collaborative knowledge creation, co-creation. And what you're going to be witnessing and what you're going to be experiencing the next 2.5 days is not just us, again, talking to ourselves, is us engaging with different spaces and those different spaces interacting with us. I'm very happy that this morning we are also welcoming our Chief Electoral Officer, Mr. Mamabolo. I usually stand in podium to make comments about the work that we have been doing over time. And today I'm particularly nervous, Mr. Mamabolo, that you have an opportunity to do a rebuttal, and I'm hoping that you're going to be kind to us. Welcome. To relevance and responsiveness, the number of times, and the funders who are also in the room, the number of times that you've pushed back on certain things, but the number of times that we've also pushed back and said, but this is what the research is saying, and therefore let's indeed tell the nation that a certain political party is going to be below 40%. Even though it was not a popular thing to say at that point, very risky, we held the line. 3, mutual learning and respect. I think as the HSRC, we want to ensure that as we engage with communities, as we talk to communities, as they talk to us, that relationship is a symbiotic relationship and not what we have always been accustomed as communities, which is an expropriation of what others call data, and for us is not data, is our way of living. That mutual learning remains important as an important pillar of co-creation, but of new methodologies. As I was listening again yesterday, and I've been teased about the notion of epistemic justice. And Minister, this time around, I'm not rushed by Derek. I know how to pronounce it. It's not Setswana coming into the fold. It was just Derek forcing me to speak very fast. As you can hear, I can speak very slowly. I think there are many people who are wondering, she can speak very slowly. The notion of epistemic justice is at the heart of the work that we do and we want to do moving forward as HSRC. As I joined HSRC in 2023, it was very clear that the role of the HSRC should be that of promoting justice at the center of it, justice at the center of it. For transformation, there is a value in having research that at its core seeks to look at marginalized communities, at its core wants to promote equity and inclusion in its approach, in its findings, even in its being. I think for me, it has also been about engaged research about HSRC that seeks to be in partnership, and that collective impact remains important as we proceed with the complexities that we are faced with, be it funding challenges, and I'm not going to talk about that, funding challenges emanating from particular global shifts in the world, or simply us not being able to listen very closely to our partners in asking the right questions. I want to conclude with the notion of inclusivity. Part of this conference has that at its core, but it's not just a conference for us of seeking new ways of doing work and research. It is very important now, especially for the humanities and social sciences, to claim and reclaim its space in the world, especially now, where the work that we do as in the humanities and social sciences is not under siege because we're not doing the right thing. Sometimes it is under siege because we don't do the right things. It is under siege precisely because we are doing the right things, of calling injustice where there is injustice, where voices are being marginalized, where women are being marginalized, where we ignore certain communities because they don't happen to be in urban areas. And ours as HSRC is indeed to cross those boundaries and ensure that everyone is heard. I'm asking all of us, as in the next 2.5 days, and I encourage all of us to be bold and think collaboratively. Yes, to challenge HSRC. We're here, and for the first time, I'm going to be sitting there, Mr. Mamabolo, listening intently as you engage with our work now and in future. I'm asking all of us to also be very aspirational about the country, about the continent that we indeed want and where we should be going. With that, I want to conclude with this, and this afternoon we're going to be launching a book, The Future of South Africa, the future South Africa we want, Democracy at 30. Minister, in the last 18 months, as I was very new in the HSRC, and typical minister gave me an idea, and in the last 18 months I've been telling the team that it's my idea. I've been telling the team, colleagues, this is how we're going to put it together. We want community voices, not statistics that tell us about where our democracy is at 30. Now that you're here, I will declare, colleagues, that it is the minister's idea, as always, calling very, very precise. I'm very busy, Sarah, as you know. Here is what I think HSRC should be doing and could be doing in this way. Let me know when it's done. I'm here, Minister, to at least inform you that it is done. These are stories. These are stories of democracy from Wentworth, from Langa, from Platinum, from Soweto, from Kwakwa, from Matsulu Township in Mpumalanga, and from a village in Limpopo, Luka village in Limpopo. And we are going to present this to both you and the Deputy Minister at some point. And I know that you also want the highest office to also receive a copy. We've made sure that we tell the story the stories as is. Some of them might require the highest office to sit down a bit before reading. With that, Mzi, thank you very much, and thanks to everyone.
Thank you very much, Professor Muswetsa. Colleagues, I would like to note that the HSRC's work on engaged research aligns with the entire science and innovation system of the country. And as such, we do not work alone. We have partners. And we could have invited all the partners to give us a message of support. But in the interest of time, I'm going to invite only one partner to give us a message of support as we embark on this conference. And at this point, I'm going to invite Dr. Fuluwelo Nelwamondo, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the National Research Foundation, to give us a message of support. Please welcome Dr. Mondo.
Thank you, Program Director. I never thought my surname was that difficult to pronounce. Greetings, Honorable Minister, Professor Nzimande. Let me greet Deputy Minister, Dr. Nomalungelo Gina, the DG of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, Dr. Mulungisi Kele. I am informed that there are members of the PPC on Science, Technology and Innovation. Let me greet you as well. Our host, the CEO of HSRC, Professor Muswetsa, and all the colleagues from HSRC, CEOs of various entities, the leadership of the NRF present here, leadership and the representatives from the various universities, distinguished guests from the local platforms and internationally, colleagues and friends, good morning to you all. It is really an honor to give you these brief opening remarks in this session on engaged research in the Global South in the 21st century. In our context, which is the context of deep talent and deep inequality, context of extraordinary scientific promise and persistent structural constraints, how we do research matters as much as what research we do. In the Global South, the question is no longer whether science matters, but how it matters, to whom, and with what change. But change has become a constant. Colleagues, I want to say today, engaged research is our answer. The NRF defines engaged research as a research that integrates considered approaches to engage communities and society across the full research cycle, so that communities are primarily stakeholders. They become active contributors and beneficiaries of the work. In other words, we must move from research on people to research with the people, and ultimately, research for the people, by the people. That's pretty much what we need to do. To deliver on these, there are three shifts that are non-negotiable, and I'll just go through them very quickly. The first one is the movement from extraction to co-creation, something that was covered fully by the CEO of HSRC. Communities must shape the questions, they must shape the methods, they must be involved in the data and the outcomes. The co-creation and participatory approaches are no longer nice to have. They are the difference between thin consultation and the shared ownership. No engagement plan without an engagement budget, no data collection without data stewardship, no authorship without authorship justice. This is the world that we need to face. Second, we need to move from outputs to outcomes. Excellence does not end at the publication. I know as academics, we've been focusing on the publications. It includes policy influences, it includes practice change, it includes a capability built in communities. And that requires knowledge brokering and research translation. Policy briefs that are timely, toolkits that are usable, fellows that are embedded in the departments and in the municipalities, and feedback loops that reach classrooms, clinics, and councils. That is what we require, colleagues. Third and last, we want to move from open by default to open and ethical by design. Ethical by design. The digital age expands research, but it also risks harm. We must pair fair data with dignity, in particular, privacy, consent, data sovereignty, among others. When we use the low bandwidth, we need to be careful of access, we need to look into the multilingual tools, we need to be able to adopt federated or systemic data sets and apply care principles for indigenous and local data. Digital should not widen participation. Digital should widen participation. It should not deepen the divides, as we've seen in the past. So just very quickly, Minister, I want to just give you a short brief of how we began with this program with HSRC. And this started in the year 2022, when we signed a very small agreement between NRF and HSRC with a 5-year grant of about 15 million rands to catalyze engaged research across the NSI. And during the time, we set 5 priorities. I won't go through all of them in detail, but one of them was about surfacing and synthesizing insight from the local engaged research champions. 2, to grow awareness and the participation with a shared knowledge base. 3, to accelerate peer learning through the convenings and transfer and practice through the mobility via the funded secondments and the peer support. And lastly, convert knowledge into programs by scoping new projects and scaling the proven collaborations. This is what we did 2022. When you look at where we are now, you can actually see the results of your entities, Minister, working together. That things then start happening, things move in a particular way. And we still have clear aspiration that by the year 2027, we aim for a coordinated, credible, and impactful engaged research portfolio, which will have a joint framing of engaged research used across the system that responds directly to South Africa's social, economic, and developmental priorities. Very briefly, what does the credible engagement look like in practice? And I won't get into the details, I want to move to conclusion. But we want to look into the impactful community practices where we can actually have multi-layer, reciprocal, with clear MOUs on the roles, where we can engage with the communities on issues of data, of IP, and benefit sharing. Because communities have to be part of the research that is done. No longer just end user where we sit as scientists elsewhere and we say, we have technology for you. How do we bring them on board from the beginning? This is what this project talks to. Secondly, policy and engaged research, where we talk of the evidence sprints for decision windows and policy labs that turn results into options that translates who speak both science and policy, but making sure that those voices are heard across the system. And of course, having engaged research for justice. Professor Moswetsa, you struggle with epistemic justice, I think is a critical component in terms of engaged research for justice, where again, social justice and equity become the core of what we do. And then of course, I spoke of ethics, ethical and inclusive research, where we treat ethics as a continuous conversation, not just a single signature when you are submitting your proposal to the university and you have to just put a signature at the end. How do we make sure that it's fully embedded? And of course, measuring what matters. The key component, as I move to the conclusion, is that if we change practice, we need to change incentives. And this actually means the funders, the universities, the science councils should reward engagement and impact in promotions, in the grants, and in the awards. And yes, we need to pay for participation, for translation, for facilitation, and community data stewardship. So I want to leave you with just 5 key points here, which are about what I will call the impact for the Global South. The first one is the co-creation, co-ownership, and the co-benefit, where we say from the agenda setting to the authorship and IP discussion, community must be involved. That's number one. Number two, I spoke of the digital space, but digital with dignity is very important. How do we deal with rights? How do we deal with respecting the communities themselves, being inclusive and being accessible? Thirdly, brokering the last mile, where we have to invest in the translation roles and policy labs from evidence to action, because people want to see the results of what we do. Fourthly, we need to measure what matters. But if you look carefully at what matters, at the core is the impact of the science on people's lives. That's a very difficult thing to measure, but we need to move to that particular space where we can say, how do we measure how this particular science, in whatever form, social sciences, humanities, engineering, mathematics, it matters not. How is it changing people's lives? And that's the key component. And lastly, we need to sustain the partnerships beyond just the granting cycles, where we can say our engagement with the community has to last long. Let's make sure that communities are part of the ecosystem of doing research. And if we do this, Deputy Minister, engaged research will not be a side program. It will be how we do science, which is credible, which is inclusive, and most importantly, which is transformative. So, colleagues, it is fitting that this morning we will hear from our minister, who has always been a champion for engaged scholarship, and he will illuminate on the national and the continental component further as we proceed. I really thank you and I wish you all the best during this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nelwa Mondo. We had those 5 key action items, and as trusted partners of the NRF, we promise you that we will heed the call. And Dr. Nelwa Mondo went ahead and also introduced the next item on the agenda, making himself a co-facilitator of the program. Colleagues, allow me to invite Dr. Mlungisi Cele, who is a South African policy expert with extensive experience in science, technology, and innovation, and also in the higher education space. He currently serves as the Director General of the Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation. And before that, Dr. Cele was the Chief Executive Officer of the National Advisory Council on Innovation and held various positions at the DSTI and as a researcher at the University of the Durban Westville and the University of the Western Cape. And I'm inviting Dr. Cele to please introduce the minister for us. Thank you very much, Dr. Cele.
Program Director, Dr. Nduna, thank you very much. Minister, greetings, DM, the CEO of the HSRC, board members, and other CEOs. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for gracing this occasion this morning. My task is very simple. The minister doesn't want us to recite a long, protracted biography. It suffices to say that the minister remains an outsourced academic, an outsourced sociologist. So he's been in government for some time, and he remains the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, and it is my great pleasure, therefore, to invite the Minister to talk to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DG. Let me greet the program director, Dr. Nduna, our deputy minister. Let me not call you doctor. You know why, I also want to advise you I'm not saying Sarah was wrong, but I've just had good news that you defended your PhD successfully a few days ago. But we'll only call you doctor once you have graduated. That's the tradition of academia. But well done, DM. Let me greet honorable members of parliament who are here. That's where I have to start. I don't know if our portfolio committee chair is here. I don't see her. We have to do that in politics, otherwise we are in trouble. You go to parliament, they give you such a tough time. Let me greet our DG, Dr. Cele. I don't see the chair, Dr. Lubisi, here of the HSRC. Let me also greet the CEO, Professor Sarah Mswetsa. You know, CEO, you thought you have got difficulties with this word, epistemic. I want to complicate your life now. My speech writer, he likes to play with words. That's what he's paid for. And she says, well, we must extend now your very important notion of epistemic to also include epistemicide, which actually captures what is happening in Gaza now. The Israeli soldiers have completely destroyed the education system in Gaza. With more than 100 professors killed in a population of 2 million. Where will they get those professors? How long will it take them to do that? So if epistemic you thought is difficult, then my speechwriter said, talk also about epistemicide. Actually, the genocide against not just people, but their education system. Let me greet Dr. Nelwa Mondo, the CEO of the National Research Foundation. Let me also respectfully greet our Chief Electoral Officer, Ubabu Saima Mabulo. At least Professor Mswetsa had warned me that you are possibly going to be here, because when I see you, I always get worried. I know elections are around the corner. And it's going to be a lot of hard work. Let's greet also our colleagues from the rest of our continent who are here. Senior government officials, including the DDGs that are here from my department, heads of public research institutions, head of academic institutions, leaders of business, established and young researchers and scientists, distinguished guests. I'm glad, Dr. Nduna, that when you recognized those from the rest of our continent, you also recognized my dear friend there, Dr. Ibo Mandaza. We come a long way, by the way. Those who do not know, we first met in 1986 in Harare, when he founded his Southern Africa Political Economy series. I'm deeply honored by the invitation to come and address this prestigious gathering, the HSRC NRF Engaged Research Conference. I'm also pleased by the fact that your chosen theme, which is engaged research as a pathway to bridging knowledge and society, resonates with our own departmental mantra, very much so. That of placing science, technology, and innovation at the center of government, education, industry, and society. Inspired by your theme, I just wish to briefly speak on 4 interconnected issues, which I believe are worth considering at a gathering of this nature. That's not prescribing to you. It's part of engagement in line with your engaged research. Firstly, I think we have at all times to ensure that we understand the epoch in which we find ourselves in. What's the world like in which we are engaging? Globally, we've seen the emergence of some of the most mind-blowing technological advances. But during the same period, we've also witnessed the most jarring wealth and income gap within and between nations. Along all of this also is the unfolding of what I touched on at the beginning, of something I never thought I would see in my life, of real life genocide in Gaza that is being live streamed on our lounges almost every night. The worst I have seen is a Gaza community carrying in their tradition a body on the shoulders of men, and a bomb had been planted inside that body and it blew, killing those obviously who were carrying this and others who were nearby. Maybe the HSRC has to help us. What has happened to humanity? Well, others are arguing to say, actually, this has been part of what we've called Western civilization. That's how it has evolved. It has committed genocide against native people. So what we are seeing is its latest playing itself out. You can argue and debate about that. The United Nations 2025 World Social Report observes that, I quote, despite significant gains in poverty reduction, many people teeter on the brink of poverty, even as they move up the income ladder. Over 2.8 billion people, more than a third of the global population, live on between $2.15 to $6.85 a day, unquote. The report further observes that around 60% of people globally are concerned about losing their jobs and being unable to find new ones. It's one thing to face the prospect of losing a job, but it's worse when also there are no possibilities of finding a new one. At the same time, 65% of the world's population is living in countries where income inequality is growing. This is occurring at a time of major advances in the frontiers of scientific knowledge and new technological changes, promising rises in economic productivity, rising prosperity, and a world filled with abundance. That's what these scientific advances actually should be bringing about to humanity. One early scientist called Karl Marx did say this, by the way, that as means of production are modernized and with the advancement of technology, there will be no need for a full working day, there will be no need for a full working week, but we will be able to produce in abundance for everybody to be able, and increase the most important component of one's time, which is leisure. But we are getting these huge advances, but we are not getting what was hoped we will be able to get. Even more instructive is the observation by this report, the UN report I'm talking about, that a large share of total income inequality can still be attributed to inequality based on characteristics such as race, caste, place of birth, and family background. In fact, one of the biggest challenges we have in the African continent is that our families are handing over poverty to the next generation of poverty. Now, this, of course, can be attributed to a number of factors, not least regarding the powerful intersection of the neoliberal global political economy and dominant science and technology systems prevalent in significant parts of the international system today. The effect of these systems, together with their ideological traditions, can also be discerned across many parts of science and technology systems in the global south itself. Humanity is also grappling with a complex set of other challenges, such as poor access to quality healthcare and education, armed conflicts, economic risks such as supply chain disruptions and high debt levels, and ecological crises like climate change and biodiversity loss. By the way, the numbers of deaths that we are seeing in Gaza are less than the number of deaths we are seeing in Sudan. We have another war there that is basically a genocide. But of course, we don't want to be told then that you can't talk about Palestine because this is happening in our continent, because that's not how human values operate. We must care about humanity wherever it is. The one person who put it very nicely was our own Nelson Mandela here in South Africa, who said, "Our own freedom as South Africans shall remain incomplete for as long as the Palestinian people are not free." There is the connection that our Madiba came up with. The challenges that I'm talking about are, of course, not unrelated to the dominant economic system on which economic growth has been based for many centuries. That is why sometimes, Ibo, I still have this reservation. When people talk about economic growth, I shrink a little bit. Yes, we do need economic growth, but economic growth does not translate into closing inequalities and even dealing with poverty. As a matter of interest, the highest level of growth in modern South Africa, which came into being in 1910, by the way, there was no South Africa before 1910, the single 10-year period of the highest level of growth was the 1960s. Till today, we haven't reached the level of growth in the 1960s. But what brought about that change? It was the Rivonia arrest. It was the complete banning of organizations. It was the intensification of oppression of the majority of the people in this country. That's what made that growth possible. And clearly the beneficiaries of that growth were not the majority of the people. So economic growth, without talking about the quality of and the nature of that growth, does not help. That's why in South Africa we then, after big debates, we then came up with this concept of inclusive growth, because we were realizing that not all growth is actually inclusive. Yes, we do need economic growth, but it must be inclusive growth. We also say, by the way, how of all these challenges that I'm outlining are compounded by the growing threat to multilateralism. I just read something, by the way, recently. I didn't know there was something called, I don't know how they describe this, but it's a clock which measures how close or far away are we from a nuclear holocaust. It's developed by scientists. They say we are actually the closest that in any other time to a nuclear holocaust. We are having more countries now having nuclear weapons, and we've got wars that involve people who have nuclear countries that have got nuclear weapons. You just need one mad person to do. Eh? We have one. Yes, I agree. We have one. That's why the clock has moved so close. Anyway, threatening multilateralism through bullying, as we are seeing what is happening now. Now, I'm saying this because I'm not talking politics. They'll say, yeah. Now the minister is just talking politics. What I'm talking about is real. Well, we may differ in terms of nuance or emphasis, but it's real. That's the world that we are facing with huge challenges. The point I'm making, all these, some of them are complicating as we are actually advancing in scientific knowledge and technology. The second issue then I wish to reflect on is the importance of harnessing the potential of the global south as part of our response to the prevailing global reality. I think this is important because sometimes we've got so many problems in the south that we write ourselves off. We don't even see sometimes the potential we have, or even identify some progress that here and there we are actually making. In addition to being home to the majority of the world's population, what we call the global south, in the last 50 years or so, the global south has played a significant role in shaping parts of the global economic and geopolitical landscape in a positive way. We've shaped it in a negative way because the world we have today is as a result of the fact that at some stage we had slavery. At some stage we had a colonized continent, with the exception of Ethiopia. So we made a contribution by being oppressed. But there are also positive contributions that are coming from the Global South. A report, for instance, titled Global South Development Achievements and Challenges by the Global South Development Center observes this, and let me quote, the Global South accounts for 85% of the world's population, around 40% of the global economy, 46% of global goods exports, 57% of global foreign direct investment inflows. They flow into the global south, 57%. 45% of global manufacturing output, and approximately half of intermediate goods exports. The Global South is also actively engaged in addressing global challenges. That was a quote which I messed up a little bit by adding a few comments. The report further observes that many emerging economies have increased their investment in research and development. That's interesting. Resulting in continuous enhancement of innovation capabilities. Historic achievements have been made in poverty reduction, with over 1 billion people in the global south lifted out of extreme poverty in recent decades. Significant progress has been made in health. Access to education has been increasingly expanding. For example, higher education enrollment rate increased from 13% to 38%. Over the last few decades. Despite these positive advances, we still face many forms of uneven development and rising levels of social inequality within nations of the Global South. And much remains to be done to transform its structural causes. Science, technology, and innovation, including research, can play an important transformative role in enabling new pathways and new opportunities for social mobility and inclusive development, focusing especially on historically marginalized sections of society. So what am I saying thus far? HSRC does its work together with the NRF in a particular global context and also in the South, which has got some of these features, negative but also positive ones, that we need to be building on. Let me come to our continent briefly, which is the third issue I wish to reflect on is also the importance of South Africa's scientific community understanding of Africa's developmental challenges and context. We are part of the African continent. Under apartheid, we were thought to be a little piece of Europe in the African continent. We are part of the African continent. It's very important that we emphasize this thing all the time. Now, that's why it's important to understand then our own context in this continent of ours. And also look into the factors that will enable Africa to achieve higher levels of inclusive development. As you may well be aware, the impact of the legacy of colonialism in the form of structural inequality, poverty, and unemployment, and new challenges such as climate change continue to impede Africa's ability to achieve higher levels of development and engage with the rest of the world on an equal footing. One of the contributing factors is the state or quality of our research infrastructure on our continent. To strengthen Africa's capacity to engage meaningfully with the rest of the world, one of the things we need to do is to significantly expand Africa's research infrastructure, particularly public research capabilities over the next decade. If Pan-African research infrastructures can be connected more widely, smartly, and differently, or much more efficiently, let's put it that way, this will make collaboration among Africa's scientists and researchers much more seamless and support the development of solid ideas on how we make better use of our vast natural research endowment. And one of our endowments, which is a significant demographic in our continent, is that we are a youthful continent. If we can empower youth from the African continent, that will change the world. They become innovators. They become all the things that are necessary for development. It would not only benefit our continent, it will benefit the rest of the world, because there's a huge population of young people that we are actually talking about. It's therefore vital that we make these connections and networks to function on a Pan-African scale. All of this is critical for the ability of our scientists and researchers to enable the implementation and sustainability of the African Union's Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy for Africa, which we call STISA 2034, the African Continental Free Trade Area, with the view of achieving the objectives of the AU's Agenda 2063. Now, related to this then is the need for a sovereign research agenda for Africa. Then the question is, NRF, HSRC, how much are you contributing to the development of a sovereign research agenda for Africa? I'll explain this, it will become clearer as I just talk to this, which is the fourth and final issue, by the way, I wish to reflect on. A 2025 journal article titled Status of African Research and Its Contribution to Global Health Research, a review and an opinion, observes that, and I quote it, although Africa accounts for 14% of the world's population, it produces very little published research, with less than 1% of global research output credited to African scholars. As we place research at the center of Africa's development, we should also concern ourselves with a number of other critical questions. Questions such as, who determines the focus areas for the research that is conducted by a public science institution in Africa? But it doesn't only apply to the rest of the continent. We here in South Africa, we must also ask that question, given our own history. To what extent have we deracialized research questions that are being asked by our public research institutions? To what extent have we engendered and gone to eliminate the patriarchal nature of many research questions in our own country and indeed in our continent? The other question is, who funds the research that is conducted by our public institutions in Africa, and what is the agenda of those funders? Apart from the persistence of the coloniality of knowledge, Africa's research agenda continues, unfortunately, to be donor dependent. And so the donors will ask research questions that in the end benefits them and less the continent. These may sound like very difficult questions, but they are necessary to be asked. Not only to be asked, to be answered. This dependence that I'm talking about continues to present us with such problems such as misalignments between our primary research questions and local needs. And also those projects tend to be short-term in nature. And this huge other challenge we have, which is the loss of intellectual property from the continent. And the phenomenon which we call the brain drain, by the way. If there's one thing that should serve as a major mobilizing factor for the development of a sovereign research agenda for Africa, it is our tragic experience at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. We're the worst affected and we're the last in the queue to get vaccines. During this period, we found ourselves in a situation where the lives of millions of people on the African continent were dependent on vaccines and therapeutics from other parts of the world. We should never find ourselves in this precarious situation again, and one of the ways of avoiding this is by developing a sovereign research agenda. Part of a sovereign research agenda for the African continent is that it must at the center place pandemic preparedness, amongst other things. We're still going to have some more pandemics. We should be prepared better. That is very important. Because some countries thought that they will, by the way, defeat COVID by giving their citizens, some of the developed countries, and not bother about the rest of the world. Now, I get reminded of a story of a friend of mine from the US who said, yeah, we here in the United States think that if we just provide vaccines, now there's even mad ideas from that country, by the way, about vaccines. Really mad ideas. Then we're okay. So this friend of mine, it's like number of people are in a big swimming pool, they are swimming. You know? Then it's announced that those who want to go and have a pee can go into that corner of the swimming pool, hoping that the rest of the people in the swimming pool are then not going to be affected. They're going to remain clear. The world is so interdependent and integrated today. You can't have a pandemic unchecked in one part of the world and hope that it won't reach other parts of the world. That should inform our science. Now, in conclusion, we are living through a time that is characterized by unprecedented geopolitical and economic shifts, but also a time that presents us with a number of unique development opportunities, as evidenced in the potential of transformative technologies, such as AI. By the way, we must never forget also, technology is not neutral. Part of the effectiveness, I hate to use that word, of the genocide in Gaza is because the Israelis are using artificial intelligence. And there is also a lot of scientific experimentation happening in Gaza with people's lives. That is happening there. So what we see then is we must make sure, that's why your emphasis of science for justice is so important. Now, these opportunities of science must be consciously and deliberately harnessed and directed to tackle the major developmental and transformational challenges faced by the majority of our citizens. In the midst of all of this, as a country and continent, we must develop well-thought-out ideas of how we wish to position ourselves and help to shape transitions within the global geopolitical economy. We mustn't just see ourselves as recipients of ideas and knowledge from other continents. We also must contribute to new knowledge. And we are capable of doing so in many respects. We need to consciously empower ourselves to be able to do so. We therefore take the view that we understand, to be engaged research must not just be concerned with shaping critical public policy and stimulating innovation and meaningful socio-economic transformation. It's got to go beyond that. I think Professor Nelwa Mondo, you articulated some of those things very well in your input. I won't repeat them. Engaged research must also concern itself with designing a new set of human and social relations, whose ultimate goal is the realization of a more just and humane world. Your conference has a vast and multidisciplinary scope of discussion themes, and I am hopeful that you will help us to produce further important insights into how engaged research can be used to construct a shared and sustainable future. I'm glad the two entities are working together at this, led by the HSRC in this instance. Thank you to the HSRC because you continue to act as part of our society and not as observers of the society, but as an integral part. Though we don't like some of the things you are saying. Why on earth do you predict that the ANC is going to get less than 40%? And you expect some of us to behave and say, HSRC is so scientific. We stop being scientific. I hope the Chief Electoral Officer is not listening. We stop being scientific at that point and say, Nitata planteni short. Now, Professor Muswetsa, I don't want them to say I'm then wanting to further abuse you. Congratulations for producing that research and that book, by the way. Yes, the president must see it. You know? It's very important, as well as my colleagues in cabinet. Now, I don't want you then to say, I'm giving you thank you for well done, but I'm giving you more work. I must end up by saying this. I vowed that when I get the next opportunity, I'm going to talk, and HSRC must help us to understand this with the view of dealing with this. The growing pandemic of gambling in our country. Online gambling, I know, it's because of the conditions in which our people are. So they are hoping that you're going to win a lotto. You know? Also some kinds of, I'm glad also even in terms of religious practices, something is being done now. But this thing of gambling, just the figures, total amount of money spent on gambling in South Africa is 1.5 trillion rands, which is 75% of the government's total budget. And recent research, I don't know, you didn't do that one. That about half of some little disposable income that our people have goes to gambling. And this week I saw that NSFAS students also are increasingly gambling. With the money we give them as government to educate themselves. And online gambling has grown enormously, and we are not taxing it. As government. We are not taxing it. has grown in leaps and bounds. You sit now in front of your smartphone and gamble your money away. We know, but the HSRC has to tell us more. Now you will say, yeah, I knew, Minister, you're going to leave something with me. But who else should I cry to if not the HSRC? I wish you a productive conference and look forward to the outcomes of your deliberations. I mean that seriously, because we have to listen to what comes out of the work that you do. Even where we might disagree in some instances, but we have to engage with it. You don't only need engaged research, you also need engaged politics. Because disengaged politics is dictatorship. Because it stands out there and tells everyone what to do. I'm sorry if I've taken a bit longer. By the way, we started a bit late, blame me, but also the CEO, because when I was here before 10, he then decides to take me to where the books are. Now, when I get into a place where there are books, I'm like a little child who sees toys, who enters a toy shop. So we are sorry about that. But I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for those words. Thank you for reminding us that despite our geographical boundaries, we remain connected to each other as a continent and also as the global village, that the global village is not big for us to not transcend the geographical boundaries. Thank you very much for reminding us also of the endowment that we have as this continent in young people, because there's different narratives that are sent out there about the demographic dividend in relation to Africa being a youthful continent, and some people think that that is a problem for us, and actually it is something that we need to appreciate, cherish, embrace, and work with, because that is an endowment and a resource that we have. And thank you very much for interrogating us to ask ourselves these difficult questions. We promise you that we will definitely ask these difficult questions, and we will not only ask the questions, but we will also attempt to find answers to the questions. I'm glad that you went to your toy shop, and I hope that you walk away with your bag full of your toys and very heavy. I also am aware that the Deputy Minister also went to the shop and found some interesting titles. And for those of you who did not get the disclaimer earlier, the Deputy Minister shares her first name with my mother, and hence in a culturally relevant, socially sensitive research environment, we remain entrenched in our traditions, and so some of these things don't change. So congratulations once more, Deputy Minister, for your achievement. I know that the CEO will be following you, very closely. She's very good at doing that, to make sure that your postdoc research activities are not lost in the midst of politics. Our CEO is about research, and she's going to ask, I know, at some point whether HSRC Press has received your book proposal. So HSRC Press will be on the lookout also for that book proposal, Deputy Minister. Minister, we erred in not noting the absence of Dr. Lubisi, who is the chairperson of our board. He is unwell. We received the message yesterday. Otherwise, he was supposed to be here, and my apologies that we did not appraise you of that. Esteemed guests, we are going to take a short social media break. And on your smartphones, there is Wi-Fi. We are on YouTube, we are on Facebook, we are on LinkedIn, we are on Instagram, we are on TikTok, we are on Twitter. I don't know what else I have not mentioned. Please like, share, repost, and comment and tag us. And please tag all the partners in the family of the science, technology, and innovation space. You will see their logos. They also appear in the program. We're looking forward to read your comments about the program, and to keep those who are not in this venue physically and online informed about what is happening here. I'm going to suggest that since it is 20 to 12, we take a 15-minute social media break, and our dignitaries can walk back to the holding room for tea and coffee, and our esteemed colleagues who are here for the conference, as you leave the doors, the coffee will be served outside. And if we could please be back here to resume our panel session. It is now 22 at 5 to 12. Thank you so very much. All right, thank you very much, colleagues. We would like to welcome back our colleagues online who also took a social media break. We are now going to start with the first panel session for our conference. In this room, here in person and online and in the overflow rooms, we have delegates who are going to be presenting some papers for the Engaged Research Conference. We also have attendees who are here to support the conference, to share, to learn, to ask us the difficult questions that the minister was talking about earlier. We also have attendees of the Science Diplomacy Summer School course who are also going to engage with the researchers very much so from the point of view of science diplomacy. So I do want our presenters to be ready for the questions from our cohort that has been together since last week and engaging on the topics of science diplomacy, because now those topics are going to be very important. So please get your questions ready, Peter, for our panels in terms of their research and how it intersects with science diplomacy. I'm waiting for all the delegates to sit down and for all our delegates online to confirm with emojis that they are indeed back from their break as well.
Colleagues, just a short announcement of something that is going to happen at lunch. As you know, at the HSRC, our slogan is that we create social sciences that makes a difference. And we are going to make a difference to your bookshelf. So if your bookshelf looks a little bit empty, there's going to be a free book sale at the Cape Town International, there at the Exhibition Center, starting at 1. And you're supposed to choose at least 5 books that are of your interest. Where else have you seen that?
All right, thank you very much, esteemed guests. I can see that now the auditorium is full, and I'm going to be introducing our first panel for the Engaged Research Conference. And this panel is going to be chaired by Professor Charlene Swartz, who is one of our divisional executives, as introduced earlier. We are going to run this panel, Professor Swartz, until 12:45, if that is okay with you, at which point, colleagues, we will break for lunch so as to also accommodate the labor rights in relation to staff that should serve as lunch at the right time for their schedule. And then we will come back and do the other panels back here after lunch, and we will announce the adjustments to the programs immediately after lunch. I would like to introduce the panel, which is going to focus on modalities of engaged research. We're going to explore strategic advisory boards, secondments and liaisons, dissemination, paid assignments, and we have 3 panelists, Dr. Angelique Waldsuch, Dr. Andrea Joan, and online we have Dr. Aline Kosi Gartner. And I wonder if we should not show our online... it's part of the presentation. Okay. Thank you. For our online, I'm told our online guest or presenter is part of the presentation. So thank you very much. Over to you, Charlene.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you very much for this opportunity. We want to talk about something that has been haunting us for the past few years in research. We started by thinking about how theories of change are really important for us to make an impact in our research. But last year we had a visitor from Sudan, a young academic, came and said to us, what about thinking about multiple ways of making sure that your research is engaged? Her name is Dr. Mona Ibrahim, and she is working with colleagues at the Oxford University. And I think what happened is she gave us 6 ideas, and we're not going to speak about all 6 of them, but it was handholds, ladders, rungs, that we could start to think about research in different ways. So 6 things: coalitions of the willing, things that bring people together. And I don't know if you know this, but before the Treatment Action Campaign was a NGO, it was a coalition. Before the International Criminal Court was a criminal court, it was a coalition of activists, researchers, NGOs. And so many other examples, education for all, etc. Strategic advisory boards. We've often thought that that's really important, both having them on our projects, but also making sure that various people from the HSRC, from the NRF, from universities sit on those boards. And I've only put up a few pictures of a couple of examples, but over the years we've had many people sitting on strategic advisory boards. Co-creation, everybody this morning spoke about that, and it's something that we go to. And there's been many examples within our division in the HSRC that has used co-creation approaches, but they're also the dark side of co-creation, when the funder thinks that they now know enough and they take away the funding and do the research themselves, right? That's happened, I'm sure, many times. Dissemination strategies. We often talk about dissemination to, but what about dissemination with, so that dissemination becomes part of the fabric of our research? We've done a few of those ourselves in equitable education and economies, but more. Secondments and liaisons. And so those are things that we've often tried to do, where somebody comes to the HSRC without we paying for them and helps us to start something like SAPSIM or get going on huge projects. UNICEF and the Policy Action Network are examples at the moment. Paired assignments, what are those? Putting people together between government, a research institution, and a philanthropy or a funder. And here's the thing that we often forget. We often see the CEOs and the directors being paired. But what about pairing an intern at UNICEF with an intern at the HSRC? Pairing a postdoc at the University of the Free State with somebody in the Department of Higher Education. So these are these 6 modalities that we have been thinking really hard about. And what I'm really excited to do today is to introduce my 2 colleagues in EEE, in Equitable Education Economies. Dr. Angelique Wildschut will speak about 2 of them, and then Dr. Andrea Joan will speak about another 2. And our visitor, because we were anxious about the technology, we pre-recorded the interview yesterday, so that she can be here. She's from a philanthropy in the global north, and here's just one thing I wanted to say about that. When we meet with them, we ask them, why are you creating programs in the Global South? Why aren't you asking the Global South to come up with the ideas for programs and then for you to fund them? And they've been really amenable. Now, it wasn't a career or a funding limiting move to do that, but sometimes it has been. With some of our other funders, we've raised those questions and we have, the funding has dried up. So these things all have incredible opportunities for us when we think about engaged research, but they also have challenges. And so, Angelique is going to speak about some of those. Thank you, Angelique. Over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So I thank you, Charlene, for starting us off by introducing us to the kind of 6 modalities that we have thought are important as we move towards fostering more engaged research and more impactful research. I've been asked to speak to 2 of those modalities. advisory groups and paired assignments. And to be able to do this, I reflect primarily on our experience in the implementation of the YouGood program, but also some reflection from my involvement in the Labour Market Intelligence Partnership in South Africa. But one of the other several reasons we chose to utilize YouGood as an example, one being that it is a $11 million investment in youth well-being in the Global South. So that framed part of the reason why we thought it could be a good example, but also because of the particular structural arrangements that we thought is good for this discussion. So what is YouGood? YouGood is a multilateral, multi-partner, multi-year research program that aims to advance youth well-being in the Global South using a relational approach. So this relational approach is not just about the ontological orientation, so I'm also adding to the epistemic, adding some more concepts here. It's about a particular orientation to understanding the well-being of young people that is informed by relational working, relational thinking, and relational gathering. How do we do this? We do this through the funding of research projects across 9 Global South countries. And what do? We test the value of the relational approach as a new approach to understanding and intervening positively in the well-being of young people. Furthermore, we also create networks and knowledge-sharing opportunities in this program. So these are some of the core objectives of this program. So if we have that as the core objectives, that also allows us to see why we structured our project advisory group in the way that we did. So an important aspect in the YouGood program is a project advisory group of 18 people. They are inclusive of young people and senior experts. How are they constituted? We have a Latin American, an Asian, and an African advisor to reflect regional contextual differences, cultural and language diversity. We have, of course, given the objective of the program, we have to have a relational well-being expert to also guide us. We also have an expert on the assessment of research impact, because in this program, it is not just about how we do the research, it's also how we evaluate the impact of the research. So there's a specific orientation to monitoring and evaluation that foregrounds not just the final impact, but strategic learning throughout the process. And then finally, we've got 12 young people representing organizations and projects and communities from these grant recipient countries. Because we have 4 themes that guide the research, we also have 4 thematic experts part of the project advisory group. What is the positive of this kind of structure? Of course, it allows access to cultural diversity in these experts, a orientation towards also being very aware of language and country context, and also because of their particular background, it also gives us access to thematic expertise. So we looked at experts that from the livelihoods, the mental health, the digitalization, and the climate change space, because those were the 4 thematic areas that we selected as being key to understand youth well-being in the future. So it was important for us to have those thematic experts with us as well. They also come with some experience in relation to creating research impact at different stakeholder type levels. So that we also felt was quite important. In our youth steering committee, one of the core objectives there to include them was not only the country context that we wanted them to be able to hold us accountable for, but meaningful participation of young people, and for us to continually test and ask our research teams to engage with what that means. And we are very intentional in using the word participation. It's not just involvement. What is the downside of the structure? It, of course, requires a lot of time and intentionality. It took us about a year and a half almost, to constitute this 18 stakeholder panel. So you need time to recruit appropriate expertise, to build the program, to foster collaborative spaces, while at the same time we were trying to also ensure that we are evaluating the proposals effectively and issuing the grants. And so it was very difficult to keep these stakeholders engaged in the program where there was not yet research findings to be able to utilize the expertise. So there's a balancing act there that one needs to keep in mind. Okay, so the second structure that I would like to talk to is paired assignments. Here I'm going to reflect primarily on UGood, but I will also reflect on the Labour Market Intelligence Partnership. So how did we implement paired assignments within the UGood program? We were very intentional in structuring in the research program framework collaborative outputs. So outputs where we needed to engage with the NRF, which is our counterpart, and our funder, the Foundation Botnar. And so here aspects such as strategic learning briefs throughout the program was one of the examples of collaborative outputs that we had planned. It's important for planning and early intervention. And one of the things that was quite instrumental in us being successful in realizing the value of strategic alignment through paired assignments was that we went to Foundation Botnar and we met with the entire organization, where they familiarized us with their thematic interests. So where are they having project interventions? Where are they funding other projects? And also, what are their cross-cutting initiatives? And what you see on your screen is that in the UGood thematic orientation, there's already some alignment between what the Foundation Botnar is oriented towards, as well as also aligning ourselves strategically to the framework that they had in place for strategic learning and evaluation. So those were some of the ways in which we created alignment between the thematic areas that we had in UGood, but also realizing its alignment with the cross-cutting initiatives. Here's an example of how this allowed us to have direct insight into policy and program relevance. You won't be able to read there, but it's just an example of some of the insights that we were able to draw out through our work with the foundation in a strategic learning brief. So not waiting till the end of the program to look at what the insights and learnings are, but already to say, in the first year, what have we learned? Well, this has illustrated to us that collaborative working requires commitment to collective and collaborative practice. We emphasize that collaborative working also has to be systemic, and it must have a social justice orientation. You must have openness to change and adaptability, and again, the principle of time and intentionality to do this kind of work, to foster engaged research, is very, very important. Okay, so I see that one of my slides are not there. I was just going to talk about the Labour Market Intelligence Partnership, which had a formal structure of a paired assignment. We had 6 themes of work, and we had a government counterpart that was appointed with us on the steering committee to lead that work. Key in that work was also policy roundtables and structuring policy briefs. And I feel that that kind of formal structure really enabled us to be able to quickly see the alignment in the emerging findings and the policy relevance. And so I also just wanted to bring that example to your attention. Finally, it is clear, it's a balancing act. Interdisciplinary and cross-boundary and collaborative work requires investment. Sometimes we feel that there's a tension between the academic rigor of the work with the policy and the impact orientation that we also want to achieve. It can impact on timely decision-making and efficient governance. And I'm saying our notion of efficient also needs to change when we want to do engaged research. It, of course, requires investment in collaborative tools to be able to facilitate more engaged interaction. Okay, I think that's it from me. We have we've recorded a video with our funder, Aline Kossie-Gantner at the Foundation Botnar, and these are some of the questions and answers that she gave us in relation to this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angelique. It's a real pleasure to be with you today, and it would be great to be with my body in the room, but that's nice to be online. So I'm Aline Kossie-Gantner. I've been working at the foundation since the beginning at the management office. I've been responsible for several programs, research programs. I'm now the portfolio manager responsible for the mental health portfolio and YouGood. And yeah, I'm happy to share my experience.
Thank you so much. Without further ado, we will jump in. So the first question that we would want you to give us some insight into is really what has exemplified engaged research in the YouGood partnership, particularly between the HSRC and the NRF and Foundation Botnar to date.
Thank you. So first, I would like just to say a few words. Why have we at Foundation Botnar engaged in the YouGood program and decided to really, to develop this program? Foundation Botnar is a Swiss philanthropic foundation. We engage to contribute to young people's well-being in various contexts in low and middle-income countries. And we have adopted as a core principle of our strategy the relational well-being approach. So we felt that it would be nice to really deepen the knowledge, to test and challenge this approach, to connect it with other maybe existing concepts and frameworks. And in the frame of this, we have emitted this call and started a great collaboration with the HSRC and NRF. So what has worked well in this project is really that we took the time to find the right partner who has the same value, who are in line with what we want to do in this research initiative. And this was not easy because the relational well-being approach is really a fine framework and a lot about also value and concept. So we really managed to develop a trusted, open and respectful partnership where every partner, HSRC, bringing the content leadership, NRF, the whole management, could develop. So we found that it is important to create spaces and take the time to get to know each other and to understand how we can best work together. So this mutual understanding. And if we talk about engaging the research, it was important also to meet so that we really create the discussion between our thematic group and the member of the core team of the YouGood, so that really they could understand what we do at the foundation and how the research could inform our practice beyond the core research aim of the program.
Yeah, thanks, Aline. I think that was an incredibly invaluable experience, and I think it really just solidified the areas for engaged research and how we can so easily translate our work into the thematic focus areas of Foundation Botnar. And I think visits like that are actually critical in strengthening understanding and cross-pollination of our work. I think the second question I would like you to reflect on is really what are the challenges that you would reflect on engaged research in YouGood, and also possibly other projects that you are involved in?
Thank you. Yeah, the challenges related to, let's say, getting to know each other, there is a big dimension, which is the time, and also reflecting about what time is available at the level of the researchers. So basically, we asked the researcher in this program to do some great research, rigorous research, which is demanding, and to capture the learning, because we want to learn about the program. It's a lot about also the context. This relational approach has so many complex dimensions. It's about also communicating between the projects so that they can learn from each other, but also to try to embed the learning into their context to inform policies. And on top, try to inform Fondation Botnar programmatic work. So this is a lot to demand from the researchers. So we constantly had to navigate and to say, okay, when can they really keep focusing on their research, or when is it important for them to, participate in different activities? So I think one point is demanding, and it requires fine sensing. The other thing is about the dissemination and awareness around call for proposals. So if you want to have projects who bring a real piece, contribute in an ecosystem from the systemic perspective, you need that it really, they answer some needs. They are actually need to be part of the ecosystem, and so they need not to be standalone. So also, it is important to disseminate the idea of the call so that you get projects who really can move the needle a little bit in their system. So I think this, we have seen some colleagues who even have thought they might have missed the opportunities of this call and now understand what is you good. I would love to do this type of research. So for me, learning is really communicate even more, take time, do webinar, but really promote the call, what it is about, so that you have real candidates who really can apply. And then the thing which is always difficult in the research, and I can talk about it more, is really early stakeholder engagement. And so it is important that policymakers and the stakeholder in the context are really engaged quite early.
Thank you, Aline. I think you've brought out sort of three key elements there around the balancing act, the demand for having engaged research, but then also ensuring that projects are also able to deliver. You've highlighted the importance of bringing this into the research call, as well as also the early stakeholder engagement that's so critical to ensuring that we can have engaged research. I think the final question is really around what advice you might have for the HSRC in terms of strengthening its desire to do engaged research.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so in fact, we had the same question, and since we have a lot of projects that we really finance already, this was in that case biomedical research grants, but 31 projects we reviewed, and what we really could see is the one who really engage most their research, like align with government priorities, engage policymaker early on, and had a plan for sustainability from the start, managed to really bring, let's say, more solid outcomes. So, but this means that sometimes, this means also a continuous discussion with those people, not only at the beginning. This means a lot of effort. And a few research partners really anticipate this work and even plan for it. So a recommendation would be really to create the space, to animate the researcher to think about it early, to ask for budget for that, and maybe to work together with advocacy or policy partners. Really, some of them, of those projects, were really biomedical, but they had on the team a policy person was really one we could directly transfer because they knew what they expect from the project for this recommendation. So the more you really engage with those people at the beginning, so it's let's say it's developed in a research which is different skills you need to have in your team, but I would say if it's possible, and for the founder, it means allowing time. In one case, which is the Being Initiative, which is a large collaborative of 12 countries to promote the mental health of young people, what we try to do is actually reverse the system, and we actually funded a multi-stakeholder consultation to surface the need, let's say, in the context for the promotion of mental health. And from this, we started to fund research. We developed call on the basis of this priority setting. And also we developed funding mechanism for innovation, implementation, and we combine this with a package of communication, stakeholder engagement. So we have really by design tried to do this differently and try to plan for the research to be really used within the context. So we will see if it works. So follow on with us.
Thank you so much, Aline. I think, again, you've touched on quite a few important pointers there at the end around time and planning, and animating the area for researchers to be able to understand what it is that you want to do in engaged types of research, and to allow them to be able to construct their research in that way. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
And thank you so much for the great collaboration. I'm so excited.
Thanks.
Greetings, colleagues, and thank you to the virtual Angelique and Eileen. Colleagues, I will be reflecting on dissemination and secondments, drawing on our division's experience working with government departments. These modalities of engaged research capture how engagement unfolds not just around research, but through it. They show how the HSRC has built credibility, trust, and influence by being consistent, responsive, and present, not just when data are ready, but throughout the research journey. When we talk about dissemination, we can sometimes think of it as the final step, what happens after research is done. But at the HSRC, dissemination is part of a long-term conversation. It is about cultivating relationships where knowledge is exchanged, questioned, and translated into action. This moves research beyond static reporting to interactive communication. Since at least 2008, which is when I joined the HSRC, through our science engagement suite of projects, the HSRC has worked closely with the DSTI. Over the years, this relationship has evolved into one of mutual trust and credibility, a partnership that goes far beyond the delivery of reports and prioritizes responsiveness to stakeholder needs. We have engaged through multiple forms of dissemination, our usual policy briefs and reports, yes, but infographics, policy dialogues, and presentations to DSTI stakeholders. We've also recently done short explainer videos that make research accessible to wider audiences and, importantly, humanize data. These products allow DSTI to build their own portfolio of material that they can then use to engage stakeholders. Three positives and lessons that we've taken away. The first is that sustained engagement builds trust. Because the HSRC has been present in this DSTI science engagement space for decades, our researchers are not seen as suppliers of data, but as partners in problem solving. This trust means that our findings are more likely to be listened to and acted upon. The second lesson is that dissemination has evolved into relevant and active policy dialogue, rather than a one-way transfer of information. Thirdly, multimodal dissemination broadens accessibility reach. By moving beyond our dense, very long reports to visual, narrative, digital outputs, we've learned that engagement must meet audiences where they are. Of course, not all dissemination efforts achieve their desired impact. The limitation is sustainability. Maintaining momentum beyond project cycles can be difficult. Engagement often depends on individuals who have built trust over time. And when those individuals move on, networks can fade. The challenge is to institutionalize dissemination so that it survives beyond people and projects, embedding engagement as a core practice across the organization. In essence, our relationship with the DSTI has taught us that dissemination is not about sharing knowledge, it's about staying in a relationship. And those relationships are what ultimately make our research meaningful. Secondments and liaisons is a modality where researchers step out of their institutional base, the HSRC, into the world of policy practice. Within our research division, secondments have been a way of deepening engagement specifically with the Department of Basic Education. Over the years, colleagues have been seconded to the DBE, and their experiences illustrate both the potential and the complexity of working within government systems. Through this modality, again, two-way learning is facilitated, and the role of the researcher is transformed from external critique to embedded collaboration, which in turn strengthens institutional links. One colleague served as a special advisor to the Minister of Basic Education, bringing evidence and analysis directly into ministerial decision-making. Another colleague, who was a lead researcher on the Trends in International Mathematics and Science study known as TIMSS, transitioned from the HSRC to DBE to build their internal research capacity. This was a major step in enabling the department to take full ownership of the TIMSS study, something which had previously been administered by the HSRC. A third colleague was seconded, who had worked on the TAMI e-assessment tool for teachers, was also seconded to use this technology nationally. Unfortunately, this secondment did not have its intended impact. Despite initial enthusiasm, institutional barriers and shifting priorities limited the adoption of this tool. So what have we learned from this type of engaged research? Firstly, secondments build internal capacity. Secondly, policy alignment is ensured as national projects such as TIMSS reflect government's priorities. And thirdly, institutional learning is facilitated. The HSRC developed practical insights into how research translates into systems-level change. This cross-pollination strengthens both institutions and contributes to a more integrated national research ecosystem. The challenge, as you will see from my examples, is the variability of impact. Secondments and liaisons only succeed where there's genuine institutional commitment from both sides. Without clear goals, continuity, and mutual accountability, even well-intentioned placement can lose momentum. As I draw to a close, I want to step back and reflect on the 6 modalities that Charlene introduced, and collectively. And what do they collectively represent? A blurring of boundaries between research, policy, and practice. Together, they tell a story about what engaged research looks like when it is rooted in realities, relationships, and responsibilities of the global South, often missed in global North theory. At the HSRC, these modalities have not always emerged from theory first. They've emerged from practice, from navigating complex partnerships, shifting policy landscapes, and the everyday work of connecting research to the lives of the people we seek to serve. In South Africa, our modalities are shaped by scarcity as much as creativity, by historical inequalities as much as innovation. Our experience suggests that engaged research in the global South goes beyond producing knowledge. It is about building systems that understand its worth and act on it. We have the evidence, we have the partnerships, and we have the track record to begin articulating a global South theory of engaged research, one that captures the ingenuity and resilience that underpins our research contexts. So that will be our next step. We will write this up and critically reflect on these modalities. We will offer them up as a conceptual tool for others working across the global South and beyond. This gives us as the HSRC and researchers in the global South the opportunity to tell our story, not just of the impact that we seek to achieve, but of the ways that we have been working, the relationships we have built, and the theory that we can contribute to the world. Thank you all.
Colleagues, I know that's been a mouthful, but what it does do, it says that the crises on our continent, in our country, in the global South are urgent, but it's slow science that's going to have an impact. So thank you to the panelists, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And we still have a bit of time, colleagues, to take a few comments, questions, and inputs. I'm looking around the room to see if there are hands, and Thabo has a roving mic. Let me see if we can have some hands, and we can take your comments and questions. There is one on my right, there is 2 on my right. It looks like I'm only going to take questions from my right-hand side, and I'm fine with that. It's okay. Then I can prioritize the left after lunch when we come back. So we've got 3 questions from the right. Please remind me when we come back to take questions from my left-hand side. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you for the presentations. They're very, very interesting. Oh, they want me to stand up, as if I'm not short enough, Thabo. So my question is around, you spoke about the dark side, so I wanted you maybe to give us more examples about what are the dark sides of co-creation. Thank you.
Thank you. Who has the second mic? Thank you. Please go ahead, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself as well?
No problem. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gabriela Carolus, and I'm from Stellenbosch University. My question is on slow productivity. And I understand that as academics, we have a rush. So I want to know, how do you account for that in the milestones and also the funding? Thank you.
Thank you. We have the last question next to Gabriela. Please, let us adopt this for the next 3 days, that when you ask a question or make a comment, you will start by introducing yourself, and then you can make the comment. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Marina Joubert, also from Stellenbosch University. two quick questions. I noticed that you used sometimes, and I understand why, but dissemination and engagement quite interchangeably, but you did explain it, but just traditionally we've always thought about dissemination more as the one-way, sharing of information and engagement. I just wondered if you maybe think about that a bit. And the second question I had, maybe more important, is do you think that engagement and what we're talking about here today is different across disciplines? Is it different for social scientists and humanities scholars versus the natural scientists and the environmental scientists and health researchers as well? And how do we account for those disciplinary differences and needs? Thanks.
Thank you. And our delegates have set the tone that for the rest of the conference, when we ask a question, we just ask a question, straightforward, to the point. No preambles, no abstracts. Over to you, Charlene.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those questions. I'm going to ask one, and I'm going to ask Angelique and Andrea to answer the other. This idea of slow science and slow productivity, I've been debating it within my own head, because I think that we should be administratively efficient and fast. I think we should take our time to think about the implications, and we should take our time to think about how we address this issue of epistemicide and epistemic justice by saying, how are the things that are happening in our communities knowledge practices that address a social justice issue? I did that because I've got a term called epistipraxis with one of my colleagues in the room. But it really is looking at what communities and young people are doing and then turning it into amplified knowledge practices that can be repeated and put into policy and intervention. So I think there's a difference between the science of thinking, the slow science of thinking, but the fast side of implementing and administrating our research. I think that's really important. I'm going to ask Andrea to address the question of dissemination and engagement, and then I'm going to ask Angelique to address the question of the dark side of co-creation.
Thanks. So I think the key point I wanted to make is that it cannot be a one-way method of communicating our research. We cannot leave it in the hands of the stakeholder or the funder only. We cannot leave it in the ether. We must be active in our dissemination strategies. And so one way of doing that is co-creating products, so that you know that it will be used by the stakeholder, you know that it has the key messages that they want, and that you know that you can ensure impact in that way.
Thanks so much. Okay, so the dark side, I did speak about it a little bit. It's really the time and the resources. Often we are working in resource-scarce contexts. And so we are constantly, there's a tension between efficiency to deliver a project on time, but maybe the longer process of building relationships, building buy-in, which will have a better value add at the end of the day, but often we don't have the time and the resources to do that. So I think what was positive in the UGood example specifically is that we have a funder that is oriented and value aligned to supporting Global South work by Global South academics. Yes, there is some pushback around some of the constructs, the categories, the parameters that we have to enforce in the funding of the programs, but we have found them very, very open. And I think that is where Aline's point at the beginning around finding value-aligned partners is quite important. But it is very difficult, and we have to push back as Global South scholars to ensure that we are building the knowledge in the way that we want. So yes, there's a dark side, there's also an opportunity, but the timing and the resourcing, I think, is a very important tightrope for us to walk through, but intentionally, if we want to do engaged research. I don't know if Charlene wants to add.
Just the other one that I think I spoke to briefly. Sometimes when you co-create with a funder or you co-create with a NGO or a government partner, firstly, it takes time. I think that's been the overarching message of our presentation today. But also, at some point, you lose the ability to do that research because your co-creation partners then take it over, right? And it's happened frequently. I can see nods in the audience. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Is our job as researchers to capacitate others or to do the research ourselves? I think it's both. And then the last question from the colleague from Stellenbosch, is there a difference between humanities and social science engaged research and the hard sciences? And I want to just, I want to say I don't think so, because I think these processes of uptake, first you've got to ask yourself, what do people already believe about something? Then you bring in your new evidence, whether it's from humanities and social sciences or the hard sciences, and then you've got to persuade them over many years. So many of the Nobel Prizes this year have been slow science. It's been changing people's minds over decades. So many times when we read in the newspapers about teenage pregnancy being rife and rampant in South Africa, for example. Yes, it is, but if it was ripe and rampant, for example, the population would have grown inordinately of young children, and it hasn't. And so public understanding of science, public uptake of science is slow, and you have to do it very carefully to help persuade people with new scientific evidence. So I think there's similar principles and even irrefutable data from the hard sciences. People still push back against it. And so we've got to take the time to help that, that bridge happen between knowledge and action. Thank you. Mzi, can we go for lunch now?
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to our panel. At the HSRC, we believe that open access makes sure that everyone has access to scientific discoveries, regardless of their financial situation or where they work or where they study. And we believe that this helps to level the playing field and create equality in education and research. And on that note, I would like to announce that the HSRC has a free book sale for all the delegates of this conference as part of our open access commitment. Now, everything has parameters. Now, let's go to the T's and C's. Small print, not many. Each delegate is allowed only and only a maximum of 10 books. Yes. And the second and the last footnote, each delegate can only go and collect 10 books once. So there is no coming back for 10 books every day for 3 days of the conference, right? All right, thank you. On that note, colleagues, can we please break for lunch? And the time is now 5 minutes to 1. If we could please try and do this in 45 minutes. You can go and collect your books today, later. You can collect now, you can collect later today, you can collect tomorrow. Please only go once and take your maximum of 10. 45 minutes left lunch. Can we please be back here at 10 to 2? As soon as we arrive, all of us will come back to the plenary. We will then announce the changes to the program at that time. And I see that my colleague Bongi has an announcement to make.
The venue for the
lunch
for the books.
Do you want to make that announcement? Thank you.
Colleagues, so the free book sale is taking place at our exhibition area, which is across this venue. So we'll walk out of here. You'll be able to see our exhibition as well as where the books are. And we can all shop and take as many as 10 toys as we would like. Thank you.
Thank you very much, esteemed guests, delegates, speakers, attendees, officials. I didn't say that one. The people on my left said it. And I'm worried because the people on my left were going to be my priority for questions this afternoon. I'm worried now about that unruly behavior coming from the left of the room. That they are ruining their chances of being my preferred group for asking questions. As we settle, colleagues, I would like to request that we allow the panels to swap. We were, according to a program, going to have the panel that is chaired by Professor Kangelani Zuma, and I'm going to request your indulgence in inviting Professor Nania Bola Mula to come to the front, and her panelists, Dr. Ben Roberts, Dr. Yul Dorek Davids, Mr. Sai Mama Bolo, who's the Chief Electoral Officer at the IEC. And Professor Nania Bola is the Executive Director for Developmental, Ethical and Capable States Division at the HSRC. Colleagues, please let us put together a round of applause as we welcome the chairperson to the podium. Thank you. Over to you, Nania.
Thank you very much, Mzi, and good afternoon to everybody, and thank you very much for Kangelani agreeing to begin with this session this afternoon. And the reason is that we have a very special guest with us, and I will say a little bit more of that later. So this panel is a little bit more like in a conversation mode, and we'll be talking about the state and democracy, because we are the Developmental, Capable and Ethical State Research Program of the HSRC, and I am the divisional executive. So in our structure, we're going to be looking at 3 levels of engagement. First of all, our engaged research at an international or global level. We're then going to look at, and the main focus of the program will be our engaged and collaborative research at a national level, and that's why we have our CEO of the Electoral Commission, Saima Babola, with us today. And after that, we're going to go to looking at the local community engaged research that we do, and that is related to the Democracy at City project and the book launch that we will have later this afternoon. And that will be by Ms. Diana Sanchez-Betancourt. Just a few comments about what we want to do today as part of this important conference. It's wonderful to be with you all this afternoon to talk about the state and democracy and the work that we do as our division. A little bit about our division. It's central to the HSRC's new strategic plan of 2025-2030, looking at reducing poverty and inequality and building a more inclusive and just society. We do this through engaged research. We work with government, with oversight bodies such as the Electoral Commission, with civil society, and with communities themselves. So our work is guided by key frameworks. As you all know, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, Vision 2030. We have the Africa We Want, Africa Agenda 2063, the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, as well as the Medium-Term Development Plan. So we work for a country, a region, and a world where governance is transparent, accountable, and participatory in the democratic sense of the word. And we have 3 legs to this particular division. The first one, led by Dr. Ben Roberts, who is on stage with us now, is governance, accountability, and service delivery capacity. The second leg is led by Dr. Yul Derek Davids, also on stage with us now, democracy, ethics, and the digital state. And then the third leg, Dr. Mokgantso Mokai, who is with us, sitting at the back, the human dimensions of climate change and disaster risk management, and a hub which is new called the Mining Hub, also led by Dr. Yul Derek Davids. We have really good projects that we call our flagship projects within DCS, and the one is the South African Social Attitude Survey, which I'm sure you're well aware of, as well as the State of the Nation book project, and we're working on the next edition as we speak. The main thing we want to do within our division is to strengthen democratic practice and support policy through the research that we do and the evidence that we generate. For this, we need sustained partnerships in order to bridge research, policy, and practice, or implementation. We do this on the international stage, the global stage, and its internationalization is something that our CEO, Prof. Sarah Motsoenza, has been focusing on in terms of the new strategic plan. And so there's a lot of that going on within the organization. Within DCS, particularly now this year, is we have been involved, as some others have been, in the G20 processes, the group of 20 processes. And I'm going to just be referring to the one that I've been involved in and explain why it is considered to be engaged research, which is Women 20 or W20. So I think that this is a very powerful example of how the HSRC can lead in global governance and global decision making, because all of these engagement groups feed into the Leadership Summit later this year in November, and the leaders release a declaration where they take into account the recommendations that we put forward at our W20 Summit last week in Johannesburg. These recommendations are not just thumb-sucked. Because we are the HSRC, the main organization behind Women 20, every single recommendation is evidence-based. We do research as task teams across the G20 countries. We work together in these task teams, and we put together recommendations that are carefully researched and that have been developed into recommendations, but not only recommendations, but also policy briefs and other research outcomes. We made sure that we touched on issues of global significance as well as regional, because Africa really was a touch point for us in terms of working with civil society, business, and government across the region, and of course the global south and our sisters in the global north. African perspectives were centralized, as I've mentioned, and we looked at transnational research partnerships, and those partnerships will last long beyond South Africa's presidency of the G20. Although, of course, the position of women is tenuous when it comes to handing over the G20 to the US in December of this year. So through those partnerships, the collaborations, the relationships that we've developed, the networks that have been built, we've been able to use evidence to bring policy recommendations to the fore and present those to the leaders of the G20, 19 G20 countries, the EU and the AU. We also have national co-creation and engaged research, and this is where our special guest comes in. Mr. Sai Mamabola, who is the CEO of the Electoral Commission. Sai will be sharing with us the importance of the research that has been done with the HSRC over the past 20 years in terms of our election surveys, as well as other ad hoc projects that we do with the IEC. After that, Dr. Ben Roberts and Dr. Yul Derek Davids will also be talking about some of the projects related to our elections and democratic work. The last session will then be by Diana Sanchez Betancourt, who will be speaking to us about the Langa project. Now, the Langa project started a few years ago, and she will explain that. It then became part of the Democracy at 30 project. So in a sense, it birthed that. And the other community project-based project that we did was on Wentworth, which was also started within DCS. So I'm going to start off by please inviting the CEO of the Electoral Commission to give us his thoughts. Thank you.
Greetings to everybody. Good afternoon. I once had someone begin by saying, "Good afternoon, people." The response was very low, such as is the case today. And then he said, "But I'm not asking you for money. I'm only greeting you." So now, when I first received the invite, how much time do I have? Okay, all right. No, that's fine. I saw Dr. Prof, and so on and so on. But I said, you know, these people are troubling me. What do they are doctors, they have the knowledge. What do they want out of a logistician? Because a logistician prints ballot papers, takes them to the voting station, people vote, and then the logistician must ensure that they are counted properly and that 9 million votes are not lost. So I hope that you'll understand what I mean by that. But thank you very much. And I want to rest on the protocol observed. Quite early on in the institutional life of the IC, recognition was made for the necessity for a systematic study of the attitudes and views of voters with a view to informing the programs that the IEC runs. Of course, that recognition of the necessity for a scholarly treatment of the views of people was also expressed in the mandate, in the statutory mandate of the Commission. Pertinently, Section 5(1)(h) of the Commission does say that the Commission may undertake research into electoral matters. But a scholarly treatment of the views of people is not merely a statutory imperative. It's a strategic imperative for the Commission, and because it fulfills a number of organizational needs. And these are some of the thoughts that went into that. That in crafting your message for education, for instance, voter education, you've got to understand what that education is responding to, so that you're not just addressing things pie in the sky type thing, but rather it's evidence-based, it's informed, and responds to a practical societal need. So evidence-supported insight from scientific research to keep the Commission well-informed about the views, preferences, and needs of its stakeholders. But also to inform planning, monitoring, and evaluation of electoral processes. And to identify best practices from comparative jurisdictions. So the IEC, more than 20 years ago, when they first conceptualized this partnership, required a research partner to produce independent research. In other words, credible research that could withstand scrutiny, so that it's not something that is produced in-house to justify our programs, but it needed to be credible and done by an independent body. If that body were to be found within the state apparatus, all the better. Hence the choice of the HSRC. So to underpin this need for robust, scientifically grounded and evidence-based decision-making, the IEC has forged a long-term collaboration with the HSRC, and we do so through a service level agreement running for a period of about 5 years. Now, that SLA accounts for two types of research: very regular research related to specific electoral events, and I'll talk to that in a minute, but as well as ad hoc research projects, which I'll also give an example about a little later on. Now, as I say, the findings from our commissioned research studies are routinely utilized to support our election management work, in particular our outreach work, voter education, and stakeholder management, both locally and internationally. There are two types, really, of products, research products, that we've implemented since about the beginning of 2000. I think the board member here, Ms. Manju, has been a pivotal component of that work that happened in the early 2000s. The first is the voter participation survey series. And this is conducted during each election year to identify issues likely to influence voter behavior and to identify factors that would affect voter turnout ahead of the election. And lastly, to inform IEC voter education and related projects. So this voter participation survey really tests the views of people about what their attitudes are in relation to a imminent election, and what then the response of the Commission should be to meet the needs that arise from that. The second series is the election satisfaction survey series. This is conducted on election day to test the voter experiences of the electoral process. And that information, those insights, are used to make improvements in future elections. This type of survey will look at things like, did you think you voted in circumstances of secrecy? Did you think that you were secure from your house to your voting station and through the voting process? Did you think that the party agents were well positioned? Did you find the voting officials knowledgeable about the voting process? And so on, and test how long did it take you to get to a voting station? How long did you stay on the queue? And things like those. So that's quite strategic information that can be used to improve the electoral process going forward. And then as I indicated, the ad hoc research products that we do. For instance, we just done the market research to identify issues of concern related to next year's election, municipal elections. And if the minister was here, I would have said, yes, indeed, when you see me, there's going to be an election next year. And this market research really is trying to inform the messaging for our communication campaign. What should the tagline be? What will motivate people to vote? What type of communication campaign? So it's not only about the educational content, it's also about your advertising orientation of the campaign. So when you see an IEC ad on TV or hear it on radio or somewhere in social media, be aware that there's a whole lot of work behind that has happened in partnership with the HSRC to inform that messaging inherent in that ad campaign. Now, the electronic voting, it's a topical matter across the world. Of course, electronic voting as a concept has always been there, at least since the late 1900s. And it has been used in different forms by different jurisdictions over that period. However, with the onset of the explosion of digital technologies, it has placed the debate at the center of electoral managers, policymakers in the electoral space, and so on. So South Africa, therefore, had to engage that debate. But we found that the concept, electronic voting, appeared to mean different things for different people. Therefore, there was a need to frame a national debate about what electronic voting is, what advantages there may be from the application of electronic voting, and what potential pitfalls there are. And also to outline a policy process that we will need to engage in were we to adopt electronic voting as a policy. So again, in partnership with the HSRC, we commissioned them to produce a discussion document on electronic voting. Firstly, to define, to look at the concept and ensure that in the national conversation that is currently underway, at least there is a common conceptual framework that is at play and that underpins that national conversation. Secondly, to look at the different typologies of electronic voting, because different countries have adopted different types of electronic voting which addresses their own peculiar needs and so on. Also to look at countries that had adopted electronic voting and then turned back to jettison their use in their frameworks. I think countries such as Ireland and Germany, who used electronic voting at a point, but because of certain legal challenges related to certification of the products, as well as the outcomes of elections, that was jettisoned. So, in a sense, this type of a product, if you like, is different from those that I've mentioned earlier, because here we are producing what we intend to be eventually a national policy on electronic voting. But we are beginning in partnership with HSRC by defining, framing the discourse by producing a discussion document, and then which will morph out to a green paper, and once adopted, a white paper, which will be national policy. So currently, we are running provincial stakeholder workshops on that discussion document. There's been 20 such workshops across the country. We also are receiving public submissions. At the moment, there's over 200 submissions of varied substance, obviously, that we are looking at. You know, I've seen a submission that says, maybe I shouldn't say that, that says, "I hate electronic voting," full stop. It's a submission. But I've also seen a submission that says, "Have you considered the cyber security risk profile that you are creating by introducing electronic voting? Have you considered the urban-rural schism in framing the debate and how accessible the debate becomes for South African people?" And so that's why I'm saying 200 submissions, still counting, of varied substance. On this issue, just to highlight some of the relevant policy considerations that have been raised by the submission. Firstly, that there is a general stakeholder recognition and acknowledgement of the potential benefits of electronic voting in relation to three aspects. Firstly, efficiency of the electoral process and potential increase in voter turnout. And thirdly, accessibility to the electoral process. Of course, that last one is debatable, because if you look at it from a point of view of the digital divide, it may or may not advance accessibility to the electoral process. And stakeholders are raising the critical issues around cybersecurity and inadequate technological infrastructure in the country. But there is also a big question about the pervasiveness of lack of public trust in technology. There's a significant body of thought within the South African population who have distrust in technological systems. So going forward, therefore, there has to be a public education program to deal with the myths that there may be about electronic voting, to explain what is electronic voting, the different types of electronic voting, i-voting as against poll-based voting systems, and so on. So those are that is some of the work that we do together with the HSRC, which has really been beneficial for the Commission to make informed decisions about the content of its programs, as well as informing approaches on certain matters. And it's been a fruitful 20 years. Thank you very much.
Well, that was impactful. Thank you very much, CEO, for that. So I'm just going to hand over to the two research directors who have been driving this part of our research, just to add a little bit to what Sai has been saying, and perhaps just to ask, what is it like to work with the Electoral Commission. Ben, you're up.
Thank you, Nanya, and thank you, CEO, for your inputs. It's certainly a busy engagement, one that's lasted over 20 years, as has been indicated by the CEO. I think the one thing that perhaps the CEO didn't say is how the IEC in many respects represents a particular model of an election management body, and it's wearing the sort of engaged research hat. He spoke to initially about the legislative imperative, or the fact that the electoral legislation does say that they can do research. They've taken that mandate extremely seriously, and over the course of these 2 decades or more, the kind of programs of research that have been done have actually meant that they serve as a real model for other election management bodies around the world. I think you'd struggle to find an election management body that's done as much work and informed high-quality social science to inform their operational planning, their outreach and their communications, and trying to build up the electoral integrity in the country. I think so I think that's something that needs to be celebrated. I think the IEC actually won an award last weekend, a prestigious PRISM Gold Award, for their outreach and communication and trust-building efforts. So they need to be really congratulated for that. It's testimony. Just touching on one or two of the studies that the CEO mentioned, I think one is the voter participation survey, and I think that one was really where it all started. These big surveys, nationally representative and provincially representative samples that are routinely fielded, as he indicated, ahead of each electoral cycle. So lead up to election, usually about 6 to 8 months ahead of election day. And over time, that's really built up probably one of the most robust series engaging with voter psychology. It looks at issues relating to changing political evaluations, political mood. It looks at views on past elections. It looks at voting attitudes and the intention to vote. And really it has, as the CEO indicated, really served as a basis to inform a whole range of aspects of their operations and mandate. The other element is the election day survey, and that also has a special place. Beyond amplifying the voices of citizens generally, pre-electorally, on election day we go to a random sample of voting stations around the country, and throughout the entirety of election day are interviewing at those stations. Beyond people coming to the voting station and casting their ballot and expressing their informed choice, we also wanted to understand, and I think the Commission's been instrumental to this, to really understand how can they do better? What worked? What were some of the issues? How are we faring across successive elections? Are there signs of improvement, signs of reversal? And I think, again, they take that element of it really seriously, and they build that into all elements of what they do. And I think that speaks to the strength of the EMB as a core institution that places at its heart the views of citizens and the views of the voting, more narrowly, the voting public. It's picked up quite profound changes. I mean, the minister this morning spoke about the changing global context and the epoch we're in. And I think we're in a time where democracy is being challenged around the world in certain ways. And in South Africa, what we've seen is a rise of a more critical citizen, a citizen that really has certain expectations that they want to see from the state, from their democracy. And that also has a bearing on their electoral perspectives and ultimately behavior. So I think that's really important for a body such as the IEC, where it's very easy in these times we see the rise of populist authoritarianism, for institutions to be attacked and their integrity to be attacked and the foundations of democracy to be fundamentally challenged. And I think having the strength of research, engaged research behind that, really helps deal effectively with those wild allegations that often come about the integrity of institutions. On top of that, obviously the Commission itself has thorough processes for investigating any potential claim of irregularity. So armed with the empirical evidence and also the investigations that they thoroughly do, we're able, the EMB, the IEC as an election management body is able to effectively deal with those issues. Lastly, I'd just like to pick up on one or two aspects of the ad hoc studies, which really are designed to pick up key and emerging issues from a policy and operational perspective for the Commission. And this is where co-creation also really plays a role. The electronic voting is just one example. We've done studies around youth participation in our society. We've done issues around political funding with a big conference jointly with the Commission on the back of that. We've done work around ballot, even pre-electronic voting. We did studies at community level looking at ballot paper design, and there was a concern about design features. As more and more parties register, are we seeing the prospect of voter confusion? So some of that study showed, for instance, that we need to do more to educate the voting public, particularly younger voters. What does a ballot paper look like? What are some of the core design features? But also issues of confusion were looked at, and actually that study had a bearing on the design of the 2019 ballot paper ultimately. So again, an issue of co-creation suggested by the IEC. We're a support function to help them realize and provide that evidence that they so need to make the right choices on the ground. So by conclusion from my side, I think as an election management body, the IEC really serves as a South African model for the world about the kind of engaged research and co-creation we should be doing to inform the electoral choices we make related to a key institution, one that places the primacy on amplifying citizen views and voices, first and foremost. Thank you, and I'm going to hand over to Derek to comment on the electronic voting.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to start off by saying we spoke a lot about engaged research with the public, but my personal experience is in terms of engaged research for the researchers, we have learned quite a lot in terms of the ballot study, for example. You have to go firsthand to look at the process, go to the warehouse, etc. So you get a better understanding before you even go into the study. The same with the election satisfaction surveys. Our experience over time going to the voting stations has helped us to craft the studies. And so for that, I think we are better informed to inform the public better. So just turning and reflecting on the election study, the e-voting study, there's a lot of confusion in terms of i-voting and in terms of e-voting at the polling site. So we certainly have to do much more, and the IEC is embarking on this consultative process. But I think in the back of our mind, people think that I'm going to vote from my room, anywhere else on my phone. Now, there are countries abroad that has done this, but no one country has implemented i-voting exclusively. They still use a hybrid approach where you vote from the polling station. And perhaps the recommendation for the IEC is in terms to look at, if we get permission to roll it out, is to first start with overseas, to vote overseas and at certain, embassies, for example, and to test the model there. We can also test the model in by-elections. So it's key, first of all, to have an understanding of what is in people's mind. So even when you talk about e-voting at the polling station, there's various typologies, as the CEO mentioned. I mean, you get various ones that is very accessible for people with disabilities, the blind. So all those need to be researched. We need to look at effectiveness. But then we then ask ourselves, why? Why do we have to embark on this? We all know that it's a big capital investment to implement e-voting. But studies have shown that the capital investment over time will provide so much gains so that it will become more cost effective, there's more benefits. But at the same time, we have to tag along this with our own population. We are a highly unequal population. in terms of digital literacy, we're going in a space of AI, etc. But South Africa still have the vast majority unable to have access to the internet. We need to work at that in order to get to a level where we can say that many people can actually vote online, or there's areas that have internet accessibility in order to implement e-voting. But of course, we spoke about many models. You can go to countries such as Brazil and India have successfully rolled it out because they can operate e-voting machines that's off the grid. So these are all modalities and complexities that we have to consider. And I think just to, in conclusion, what we think from the HSRC perspective is to work with the IEC to broaden the consultation process. So over the last year, we've had many seminars and webinars where we have actually learned from the public, academics, and various stakeholders, including electoral management bodies, such as those in Namibia, which really informed the process. We have also now busy forming a partnership with VIDA, and now I have to put up my glasses, they got such a long acronym. The Vision for Empowering Democracies Through Action. We had a collaborative webinar with them, so much so that we've learned a great deal from how India has done it. And I want to quote one of the presenters and said, he said that we can learn in a year what they have learned in 20 years by collaborating and learning from them. So it's key that we collaborate and learn from others, because it will smooth the challenges that we anticipate and experience. It will just help to address that. So my personal view on the e-voting, I think we cannot go without it. We really we need to modernize the electoral process, but we need to be cautious. We need to think about the realities and the priorities in our country. And in so doing, I think we recommended a kind of phased approach, and then you learn from that approach. Many countries that has embarked on this took years to perfect it. So, but I think it's a very exciting project. It's a very exciting project to impact on policy.
Thank you very much, Ben and Derek. Speaking about digital technology, there was a new module in CESAS that we've just run, which has established that only 1 in 3 South Africans even know about AI. So we have a long way to go. Changing gear, but no less important, we're going to just look at some embedded and engaged research at a community level. Diana has been working with the Langa community for a number of years now. And Diana, I'd like to hear from you. How do you experience working with the community itself, with civil society organizations, government, and decision makers when it comes to your project?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. So I guess I'm going to tell a little bit of my story, weaving in with what Derek just said about collaboration and learning and what we have learned now here. In our experience, because of course we're a team of various researchers working directly with communities, what we have learned is that we are working both in terms of like the communities, the place where they are located, but with communities. And this has generated a relational space, which is actually that makes possible the work that we are doing collectively. So there has been an intentionality with that kind of work within our unit and the HSRC as a whole, in terms of thinking how and why are we going to do a particular research project, as I said, in a particular community, both understood as a place and as a space of people and relationships, and how to do positive transformations through that work. So the journey has taken us very slowly, and is still in construction, to move from working with people as research objects into people joining and working together with us as agents and active participants of the work we're doing in terms of knowledge creation and knowledge sharing. So it has been about changing that relationship with people and with communities, but also, as we have been hearing since early this morning, changing that relationship with knowledge production itself. So that co-creation and that exchange of knowledges which is a big concept in my side of the world. I have been very welcomed in South Africa for now more than a decade, many years more actually, but I'm from Colombia, so there's the accent. And there, that conversation and understanding of we exchange knowledges. We all have different knowledges, and that exchange and conversation of knowledges is what actually is going to create the best ideas, solutions, understandings, misunderstandings, but you know, we kind of move together. And as Narnia was mentioning, we have a whole array of projects and that are an example of these kind of principles that we try to apply and way of doing things. I would say like one of the most memorable ones has been co-developing community indicators in some townships in Langa, because here we work together with government officials, with community leaders, but also we're currently working on an e-participation process that, linking to the interesting topics we have been hearing, we're trying to understand how to use technology to enhance public participation in the country. But as Narnia mentioned, and as we're going to listen to more later today at the book launch of the Democracy and 30 book, we have been working in Langa for several years now. Langa, for those of you who are not from the country or not familiar, is Cape Town's oldest and most historical township. So in 2023, they were celebrating, and I'm going to say now commemorating, because that's something we learn as we approach communities. They said, like, I'm not sure we want to use the word celebrating. Can we talk about commemorating 100 years of our history? So it was the first project, which was a social history project, looking at the life histories of people to develop a history from below. So elderly people telling the stories of 100 years since Langa was created in 1923. And then what was very remarkable of this project is that it emerged from some of the previous relationships of other projects that we have had at a more conventional way of doing research. But one of the local organizations there contacted us to say, this was just after COVID, is like, you know, the 100 years commemoration is coming up, and we would like to understand. There's so much research that has been done about Langa as a historical township, but very little about Langa as a place that, with people that has a lot to say for themselves and tell their stories. So that was the beginning of a collaboration with this local NGO that approached us to say, let's think what can we do together. Then after internal conversations, we said, this is what we can do together, a life social history project, which was very much inspired by a process that was already taking place in Wentworth. Again, we're going to listen about that later today in the book launch. And then after collecting a lot of those life histories, what it meant to actually live in Langa over 100 years ago. So I would just like to close, because I know we're running out of time, to say that, you know, I think the embedded and the community-based research we have been involved in, you know, has allowed our partners to tell their own stories, to do some self-reflection about challenges and also opportunities that are happening in these spaces. It's been a dialogue of generations, as I just also explained. And also what we have learned is that building trust and having inclusion as a core value and collaboration is what really makes these projects happen. And keeping always the why. And I think then this links to impact. Like, you know, we want to do that research, they want to do it, we want to do it, and then we become a collective where we want to see positive transformations. And I'm going to close by just inviting everybody to just look at many of the papers that are going to be presented over the coming days that talk in more detail about some of these processes. And just to say that the HSRC has become, throughout the years, a bridge of these knowledges, because we often find ourselves in a place where we facilitate these collaborations and these knowledge exchanges, and we capacitate, and then we also learn, and we help to be a bridge in between different knowledges. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. I'll never forget the first conversation we had about going into this project and how important it was for us then and how important it still is to us now. So just to close, across these levels, global, national, local, community-based, our approach as DCS is anchored in partnerships and a commitment to relevance. It reflects the core principles of engaged research, not simply generating knowledge, but working together to ensure that this knowledge informs and strengthens democratic and ethical governance in South Africa, Africa, the Global South, and the world. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Whilst you are seated, panelists, we have promised before lunch that we will give an opportunity for the audience to engage. Otherwise, we would not be living up to the title of this conference if there was no opportunity to engage. Now, I see that there are people who forgot that before lunch we promised that the engagement will happen on the left side of the room. So if there is anyone who is on the right side, my eyes don't work properly this afternoon, I don't know why. There and there, we're going to take 1, 2, 3. And I know you, Dr. Sobane, but because you are HSRC and you're involved in the planning of the program, I have a right to overlook your hand. And there are people, colleagues, who are on the room next door, which is an overflow room. And they can see and hear us. I'm going to invite, if there is anyone from the overflow room right now, please walk inside and I will see you when you are there by the door to get a mic and ask your question. Please go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. My name is Palesa Khanani. I'm from the CSIR. I just have probably, I'll ask one because it's probably related. To the IEC, the CEO, potential risk management processes that you have in place, if maybe you can touch on that, because the IEC it's supposed to be a vital, credible institution, especially in our democracy. So how do you manage reputational risks and political interference, and maybe if you can just touch on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the second question from the left, Curtis.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Curtis Matiti. I'm from the University of the Western Cape. So my question is with regards to the research, the scientific collaboration between IEC and HSRC. So among, like, when you're doing your research, I'm sure that you guys came across challenges such as cybersecurity with regards to electronic voting rights, challenges such as cybersecurity, lack of infrastructure. So I want to ask if did you guys establish a method or a model to place these challenges in a criteria in terms of which challenges are, more severe and then other ones are less severe, right? And then challenges, and then in your scoring, did you seem like the challenges, some of them are fixable, and then some of them are unfixable? And then does this now impact the way that maybe the parliament is going to pass this policy? Thank you.
Thank you, Matiti. Risk management question there. The last one.
Good day. Lesotho Moroba from BRICS Business Council. CEO of the IEC, my questions are to you. The first has to do with the circular economy. I'm a bit concerned of the cycle at which every single cycle we need to kind of set up new equipment and over-resource so that over that limited period we can actually have a good coverage. How do we set up best practice from a networked economy perspective? I mean, people don't say you're going to need to drink water 8 o'clock in the morning, so then we'll only lay the piping 8 o'clock in the morning. I think we need to have a continuous way of doing that, and potentially the digital economy provides that as a solution. The second one is, I think what we're seeing now with the GNU coming into fruition is more and more the view of the IEC is not just as a logistician. You are the voice of the people, and the people would probably like to continue communicating with the IEC even beyond the intervals of the vote. How do we potentially create a space where we see what that can actually be built into, so that the IEC's position actually becomes a truer reflection that is not just responsive but proactive for the people of South Africa as active citizens? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the last question will come from the overflow room. Please go ahead and ask your question.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Sonalo Pasha from the National Research Foundation, and I have two questions that goes to the Chief Electoral Officer. So the first one is with regard to the cost of establishing the e-voting system in real time. So I would like him to just reflect in terms of what would it cost to establish the first pilot of the electoral voting system in terms of the infrastructure in real terms. And the second one is with regard to what we have experienced last year in terms of the crashing of the dashboard. So now that we are bringing this new technology, and we had an incident last year whereby the dashboard disappeared, and then some of the political parties, for instance, wanted to declare those elections not credible just because of the dashboard. So are there any mechanisms in place, for instance, that your office is looking into in trying to remedy some of those things? Because in other countries, for instance, I don't want to name the countries, politicians will use such opportunities to drive the unrest. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead, Nani, and your team.
Yeah, you see, okay, is this on? You see why I don't want my son to be a chief electoral officer. It's precisely at moments like this. But just to deal with some of the questions. I think we should first say there is no national decision to implement e-voting. There is, however, a process of instituting a national conversation about the desirability of e-voting. In that discourse, a lot of factors have to be considered, chief amongst being, how does the introduction of e-voting affect the different social milieu in the country? Because elections, at the end of the day, there must be an equalizing process. They can't accentuate existing cleavages, so to speak, in society. They have to somehow foster our commonness. I'm not sure if that is clear. So that's one consideration around e-voting. I think Yul did say that another major consideration is going to have to be the fiscal implications. Now, from the discussion document that is on the table, it is evident that the setup costs are going to be high. There's going to be high capital investment. But over time, the cost of running elections will get cheaper. Of course, there are certain assumptions embedded in that, and those assumptions include that you're going to use that equipment over and over again. You're not going to dish it with each election. That's one side of the cost issue. The second strategic issue related to cost is the possibilities of regional collaboration. Instead of South Africa buying equipment, Namibia buying equipment, Malawi buying equipment, and so on, that we can syndicate funding and use that equipment at different times because we all don't go in elections at the same time. So that type of cross-jurisdictional collaboration and syndicating of funding and so on, it's an important matter. Have we placed the challenges into categories? Not as clean as, we've not boxed them as clean as you want us to box them, but we've noted their severity. The technological infrastructure, which is uncommon, because we don't have a common digital economy, so to speak, in the country. It's one of the major inhibiting factors. Now, can that be transcended? Yes, it can be transcended. For instance, Yul did indicate that India and Brazil, for instance, they use machines powered from sources other than the grid. So you can look at such alternatives so as not to disadvantage especially rural communities. But even building those mitigation measures is going to cost. Because if the standard issue is based on electrical power supply, if you need to have an alternative supply, such as battery or any other, solar, whatever the case is, it's an alternative that must be funded. I want to debate the issue about whether the IEC should be the voice of the people. I think the IEC should be alive to the views of the people and structure its programs in a manner that responds to the views of the people. But at the end of the day, the IEC is it receives the electoral wishes of the people and conveys them. But it is not itself expressing the electoral choice for the people. I'm not sure that if that is clear. So we almost are like a conduit. We receive the electoral choices and we reflect those choices as made by the sovereign, the people, back to the country. But in order to do that, I think the IEC must maintain a substantial degree of public trust, because I think it will be difficult for the IEC to fulfill that constitutional function if it does not enjoy the public trust. Hence, it is important that we do the election satisfaction survey, we do the voter participation survey, because we also track the trust in the IEC as expressed by the voters. Of course, the social media has created an avenue for direct attacks against the Commission in a manner that we've never seen before. And in 2024 in particular, we thought we had built a big enough machine to deal with this information. But even that big machine that we had built was woefully inadequate. So we've given the next year's election, the next local government elections, we've got to really think smart, not necessarily big, but smart about how we interface with that social media landscape. It's an issue of big vulnerability for the IEC and therefore for electoral democracy in the country. In the exercise that we are about, we will also have to do financial modeling, which is part of the recommendations that are made. We don't have a financial modeling at the moment, but the principle, we will not run away from that. There's going to be high capital cost at the beginning, which will ease out over years. The crash of the dashboard, no, this one is a little difficult. But let's look at it at two levels. Firstly, what actually happened is that the result system, which is really the technical basis for the collection of all results across the 23,000 voting stations in the country, did not crash. That's the first point I think that has to be made clear. And secondly, that there was a discontinuation for 2 hours of the projection of the results data onto the leaderboard. In those 2 hours, the operation continued because there was no crash. People could capture, auditors could audit, and so on and so on. But the link to the projection was disrupted. Why? I wish the minister was here. We have what we call a political liaison committee. So at the results center, we meet with political parties every so often. On election day, maybe about 5 times even. Politicians came and complained that the leaderboard is taking time to update. And indeed, it was correct because we had set it up to update every 30 minutes from the results system to update the projection on the leaderboard every 30 minutes. So they complained to say, no, this thing is taking too much time. We then committed and said to them, we'll look into a process of optimizing the updating of the leaderboard, which meant putting together a team of our IT experts to see whether there could be an optimization solution that could be generated. Of course, they worked throughout the night. By morning of the on the 31st, around 5, they had found a solution that could reduce updating from 30 minutes to 10 minutes. When that solution was taken to production, in other words, it was implemented, inadvertently, they switched off the do not display flag on the system. Now, what's the lesson there? There are a few lessons. That when someone comes and say, but it's taking too long, please, can you not speed up things? You just have to calmly say to them, no. And why? Because if anything goes wrong, they won't own up and say, but it's us who requested it. Yeah? So no, if it has to take us, we've got 7 days to declare results. If it takes us 5 days to do so, perhaps that's what ought to happen. That's really the actual things. Now, you may say it's convenient to say that after the fact. We got Deloitte and Touche to come review the system. so that we can be sure that nothing untoward was happening. And we do have that independent report from Deloitte that indicates that nothing indeed untoward happened. Was there a cyber attack on the systems of the IEC? It's an emphatic no. There was none. In fact, when it first happened, even myself thought that, no, you know, they finished us. But no, again, but we had to exclude that possibility through a proper technical test. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm really enjoying this discussion. But I'm told that there is someone in the next panel who needs to rush to the airport, and we do not want to miss their input. I'm going to request respectfully that we thank the panel. We allow them to take their seats. And because Doctors Roberts and Davids are still with us until Friday, and because Prof is also still with us, we are going to make time and ask them to reply to the questions. You can also grab them when you have time, and also when we save time in the other sessions, we will definitely come back to answers to those other questions. So please, esteemed guests, can we put our hands together for the panel? Thank you. Thank you very much. And as they take their seats, may I please invite Professor Kangelani Zuma, who is the Divisional Executive at the HSRC for Public Health. Thank you very much, Prof. And Prof is coming with his panel to give us a session on co-creation and participatory approaches to health and well-being. Please, can I ask Dr. Musa Wenkosi Mabaso, Dr. Mpumi Zungu, Professor Sizulu Moyo, and Dr. Sarina Till to take their seats. And because in this panel there is a member of the panel who is nodding to me right now because she needs to rush to the airport, I am going to ask that Professor Zungu be strict with time. Thank you.
Sure. Zungu or Zuma?
Oh, sorry, Zuma.
Okay. No, it's okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. Sorry, we're to swap things a bit. And as you know, with a person of my surname, it would have been a career limiting not to give way to any presentation that has to do with IEC. So thank you so much, colleagues. I've got my colleagues here. We'll do a presentation, and then thereafter we'll have a conversation about the issues that would have been raised in our presentation. And I will kick with the presentation, and then my colleague, Dr. Mabaso, will then continue from there. Let's see. Okay, colleagues, just to give you briefly an indication of who we are in the division, as indicated here, we are a public health societies and belonging division, one of the divisions within HSRC, and we'll be talking about co-creation and participatory approaches to health and well-being research. Now, just to position where we are and who we are as a division, briefly, colleagues, as indicated, we are a public health society and belongings division, and our focus in the strategic priorities of the institution, our focus is on health innovation, so we focus on issues related to health. Now, who are we as a division? Well, our work is aligned and obviously supports the National Development Plan, and also we are guided by our decadal plan, our national strategic plan for HIV and TB, as well as also we respond to one of the goals, I think goal 3 in our Sustainable Development Goal. Now, our core research is a public health and social behavioral research, health innovation, and also epidemics of abuse, violence, also that's part of our work. And also we do work around health policy and intervention evaluation. We produce policy informing research that address cross-cutting issues that affect South Africa, SADC, as well as the global community. And our work actually examines also issues related to poverty, unemployment, class, race, gender, through agency and the lived experiences of our people. We look at issues that, with research that is aimed at reducing disparities in our societies. And also we've got, as we see here, a consolidated team of researchers that tackle these public health issues. Now, just our research priorities, colleagues. Topics on health innovation, which is, again, as you know, aligned with a capable and ethical developmental state as intended. And our focus also, we address issues of interconnected health challenges, which is syndemicity of diseases. And we look at health equity as well as innovation. We promote inclusive and accessible healthcare. And our work, as indicated, we tackle public health issues, be it the epidemics, be it, for example, gender-based issues as they cut across our society, issues of abuse and violence, with an intention to understand domestic and community health-based impact. Now, as part of our work, and again befitting within this conference that we're having, is that as a public health societies and belonging division, we also have a center for community-based research, which actually does research within a particular community, and our research involves communities. And from here on, my colleague, Dr. Mabaso, will be taking over to talk to us about what is it that we do as a center and also as a division in general to tackle issues that are focusing on a community. Over to you, Dr. Mabaso.
So thanks, Professor Zuma, for that promotion. Good afternoon, colleagues. So a lot of what I'm going to talk about today is not about, or for the first two slides, is not about the Center for Community-Based Research, but co-creation and participatory research as approaches of engagement that cuts across the PHSB division. Of course, our center, which is CCBR, with its unique positioning at a community level, has unique experiences. But as you'll see, my other colleagues will also share these experiences in many of our other projects. Maybe before I start, I just want to, as a disclaimer, you know, I was worried when I was listening since this morning that all the information that was shared is actually in our first two slides, including, as you can see, if you can see, including some of the information that was shared by the CEO. CEO, I want to rest assured that this was not written as people were talking, but this was prepared some time back. So, but I think I'm comforted by the fact that we are talking about partnership, co-creation, and research engagements in different contexts and at different levels. So the idea behind the slides that you see is to give a bit of grounding for ourselves and for all of you without delving much into the theoretical underpinnings that frame co-creation and participatory approaches in social sciences research context, because the focus today is on practice. And we have quite a number of examples, and these are different examples, but most importantly, because there are a number of academics here, researchers and experts that are experts on this subject matter. So working together, or what we now hear, and we're calling it participatory research, has many names. But in the main, and we've had from the first panel and this panel, in the main, it is a collaborative process involving researchers, practitioners, communities, and policy makers. Just pardon me. Okay. So, as we heard from one of the speakers from the last panel, it's moving beyond traditional research, where you have subject relationships. So the question is, how is researching together different from traditional research? So as we all know, most of us know here, in traditional research, there is a clear distinction between researcher and the researched, right? But the co-creation and participatory approach involves working with people throughout the research stages in order to achieve equality between community of participants regarding their input to the research, to research-focused design, methods, and results. Now the question is, to what extent do we do this, fully or partially? And I think we each one of us have answers to that question. So co-creation and research engagement is rooted in action research and systems thinking. So it is research for change, not just for knowledge, and is underpinned by these 5 principles. Equity and inclusion, we've talked about inclusion a lot. All voices are valued and respected. Transparency and trust, where open communication, open communication throughout the research process is key. Mutual learning, we've heard about that from the previous panel, combining scientific and lived experience knowledge. Empowerment is a critical component of this process, and continuous reflection on the power dynamics. So do I have control on the slides? So, next, oh, sorry. Okay. So, with regards to approaches to enhance participatory research, again, I'm not going to go through much detail. There are several examples from CCPR that I'll share later, and my other colleagues will have their own examples as well. So, there's no doubt, and we've had since this morning, the importance of community advisory groups. Sometimes we call them community advisory boards. But from our own experience, especially, particularly in the center, these structures involve key community stakeholders, right? And they're actually very, very critical and important when you start the research process in the community. And a lot of these stakeholders are gatekeepers, and they know the environment better than the researcher, and usually help locate the research within the community. And that is how, from the experience in the center in particular, this is viewed. And talking to co-designing, co-design is an important feature of this research approach, and is also introduced quite early, or in the early stages in the research process. Historically, this has been used to ensure that study protocols are properly adapted to local context. But the lessons learned from the center is that they really help, engaging in this co-designing really helps with policy and intervention program recommendations, because you want recommendations to be relevant to the context and community needs. Even though in many instances, as we know, these things are misaligned. You know, the researcher interest, but not necessarily aligned with community expectations. So this is another process. I mean, these are features. I'll refer to them as features. This is another important feature that I think is used a lot. Iterative feedback loops, from refining tools, materials, messages. It's a common feature. in co-designing and research engagement. We do this a lot as experts, but hardly involve the community. And the point here is that the lessons learned from the centers, that this approach harnesses community capacity as well as depth and richness, the community's knowledge that could be, and community's knowledge that could be used to introduce greater access to research processes for the participant. It is done, obviously, in a narrative, in narrative approaches, and innovative strategies such as photo voice and the interactive workshops, which help shift, unlike what was discussed before, this helped really shift the power relations between researchers and participants and promote greater inclusion. Now, a lot has been said again about knowledge translation, platforms, shared this is another important component, and is made easy by having strong community engagement and community preparation. And again, this is usually done at the beginning of the research process. And I think this point I'm going to make, and I think this point was also made in one of the presentations about participatory research as a platform for research activism. So, so this is fusion of scholarly inquiry with intentional advocacy and action. So it's a collaboration with communities to find solutions to injustices. And I think this was discussed in a way. It is relevant, and it is usually used as an echo, a call for social justice. So colleagues, I think this is where I go sit down and Khangelani calls me again. But I'm just going to stand here, and in the interest of time, Khangelani, I'm just going to, because I have to talk about CCBR and how the experiences that, so I'm not going to cover everything that you see in that slide. I'm really going to focus on two so that I give my colleagues enough time. I'm just going to focus on the community implementation program, but also the health implementation science project. The health implementation project, in the main, these are community-based strategies to decentralize health services. And let me locate this. And I think all of us know how important decentralization is in primary healthcare, right? So it's not decentralization only at a district level, but it has to permeate to community level. And we've got to find strategies to make sure that some of the services that are available at a certain level are also available at a community level. So it's so that the system, health system is not only facility and all of that, but community is part of the health system. And so the examples that I'm giving here, you might look and people will say, what PrEP? The idea is that, for example, I'll make an example with Smart Art, which is antiretroviral treatment. The aim there was decentralization of health, of HIV services from overburdened facilities to community sites using mobile services, and they call it pellet boxes, but it's community collection points for these ARVs to reduce barriers to acceptable, efficient, and more prompt art initiation. So you can see that if you look at it, you look at implementation science, and you think, but this is something that is needed by both the community and the government. So all these projects that you see, the program evaluation, acceptability and feasibility studies, all of these, they rely heavily on stakeholder network that include both the community and the Department of Health. So community input help inform boundaries and catchment areas to locate service points for some of these things that I've mentioned. Community stakeholders also help to determine optimal services that, optimal servicing hours and spaces where people can go collect. Khangelani, just for the last time, because I think this is quite critical and important, I do want to touch on the community implementation program. So the idea is that CCBR also emphasizes the importance of community impact, exemplified by that one particular project there, which is called Community Walking School Bus Initiative. This project is where adults, these are volunteers in the community, walk with children to school to improve their safety. Now, after completion of this study, the community asked the center for support to set up this as an ongoing community-led initiative. And finally, because of this project, this is currently actually in existence in the community and has led to many other spin-offs that are linked to the work that has been done in the center. Thank you.
Okay, so it seems my colleague here preempted or he requested a special leave, so you are granted a special leave, Musa, to sit. Okay, thank you so much, colleagues. Now we'll continue the conversation, colleagues, maybe by way of questions. And I will start with my colleague Musa here on issues of power and ownership in the work that is being done in communities. Maybe the question would be, how far has co-creation and participatory approaches truly shifted power away from researchers and institutions towards communities, or have they simply refrained old hierarchies?
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, so I don't think that this is feasible in all the work that we do in the communities, and I think that you've had this, some of the deliberations here, and I don't think that it's all feasible. But there are instances, for example, I think the example that, I'm going to make an example that was given before, where there are community-led initiatives that are there in the community, so the empowerment is there, it's long-lasting. And I think for me, for the work that is done at Sweetwaters, and I singled out the walking bus, school bus initiative, I mean, that is true empowerment. That is now in the hands of the community, and they've built this up and they've taken it. It was our initiative; it was part of the project, but it's now part of the community. And what we are doing, we're just providing technical support. And I know, for example, that one of our colleagues, Tulani, is actually helping them to find, working with DSD, to find space like containers. There are many other initiatives that are spin-offs that have actually empowered the community as part of this work. There's also the food security program, which started as one house, one garden, and then the vertical gardening that was initiated by Sweetwaters. Okay. That has had other spin-offs, and I think we'll hear more about them from our colleague here. So there is space for empowerment, but we need to be realistic and honest, and be honest that it doesn't happen with all the work that we do in the community. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Dr. Mabaso. Now, coming to you, Dr. Zungu, who will speak on issues of gender and community. Maybe I just need to indicate, colleague, that since the establishment of our division, the Public Health Societies Belonging and Public Health Societies and Belonging, you know where that comes from. The division has positioned itself at the forefront of delivering research that responds to contemporary challenges, providing critical insight, colleagues, for different and diverse stakeholders. And one of the areas is that it's gender issues. Now, specifically, as part of these issues, Dr. Zungu has led one of the first national gender-based violence studies in the country. And now I would like her to reflect on the role of community, especially the civil society, and the processes that were followed to drive ownership, co-creation, and collaboration as a way of building up the work and the momentum.
Good afternoon, everybody. I feel very guilty to be following after such a, I think I can see the faces are very tired. So if I was in the spaces where I normally circulate, would be standing and singing Zizo Jiga Izinto so that we all get the energy, but there's no time for that. So I was asked to speak about community and gender. And I decided to add something to the title which says, "It takes a village." Because indeed it takes a village. The work that we do takes a village. It takes communities, it takes the funders, it takes researchers, but it also takes our own community in terms of being able to implement this kind of work. So this is the road towards the gender-based violence. So unlike other studies, and I think this model is a bit different than what maybe we have heard, but I've found the input from EEE very useful for laying the ground in terms of what is possible, Chair. So our study, there's a term that I put down here where it started. I call it Mphathi Ndimkile, which means that boss have left. So in Mphathi, please don't move.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, I'll tell you when I need it. Mphathi Ndimkile, which means boss have left. And that was the 1st of August in 2018 when that intersectional march was organized, and women from all walks of life came together to march to the union building. And some of my colleagues, they included the union leader at the time. We decided that we were going. We didn't sign leave, but we were going because it was important for us as women, number one, but also as the HSRC. So we're there representing the HSRC, although nobody had asked us, but we're using HSRC time. And thanks to my boss there, we were never penalized. But it was a start of something that really, really became big, number one. From that march, we were then invited to come to the presidency, which was the following day, to come and have a meeting to talk about the 24 demands that came from that shutdown march, which was across the country. So Cape Town had one, I think Durban and Pietermaritzburg had one. So from that stage of going from the march, and then you end up in the union building, you will see a group of people sitting around, and that is also talking to the issue of the community, and also the people that need to come together, because in that group, actually, you have everybody represented, civil society, together with the different departments in government. So from the march, we ended up, as I said, in the union building. From the union building, what we call the National Presidential Summit followed, and the demand was that it must happen very quickly, but you couldn't pull everything together, so it happened in November. And from that summit, there was a declaration, and that declaration is where the issue of conducting a national survey became expressed, and it was now in writing that we need this study and it should be conducted. Not by the HSRC, but it needs to be conducted. And from that presidential summit, then we began to work to put together what we now call the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. And again, you will see the need to conduct the study being articulated there, but then it starts to indicate who should conduct the study. And it mentions the SAMRC, the HSRC, and so on. But we're not there yet. So the strategic plan is there, but there's no money. We launched it during COVID. I remember we were all sitting around our computers, and the president was launching the survey. Then the efforts to raise the money then followed. And I want to say again, referencing the issue of the community, that if it was not for the different donors that came together to fund the survey, we wouldn't be there. And also the power of activism, because if it was not the activists that ensured that the issue of gender-based violence becomes prioritized, we wouldn't be where we are now and in the progress that we have made. So, of course, the funding, we start putting together concept notes and look for money. The first funder that came up was Ford Foundation, followed by Gates Foundation. And we then came and knocked at the UN, and then we came and knocked at DSTI at the time. And they became our biggest funder, who covered the funds that we needed, and using EU Commission funding. And later also the HSRC put in its own funds to ensure that we complete the study. The study has had its own up and downs. At a proposal stage, I think one of the key things that happened is that we were invited to Parliament to go and present. I don't know if there's any other study that has had an opportunity to go and present to the parliamentarians a proposal, but we had that opportunity. And where I want to link the power of co-creation and also engagement is that interaction actually set a tone for what would happen. Initially, when we were planning, we only wanted to do a study that would focus only on 15 and 49, because at the time, that's what WHO was doing, and we thought, you know what, we don't want to rock the boat because we don't want to be blamed if something goes wrong with the study. But the parliamentarians said three things: that we want you to extend the age, all the women, we want them included. So, okay, tick. We also want you to make sure that the study is inclusive. So we had set ourselves that we wanted to not only study general population, but also add vulnerable groups. Those are women with disabilities, and also add LGBTQI into the sample, which was not easy. The last one was that we also needed to look at the role of substance use in driving gender-based violence. We left that meeting with a mandate, but we didn't have the money. Remember, the money was costed for only a study that would focus on 15 and 49. So we had to look for the money, and I'm glad that we were able to secure the money, and we went into the field and collected the study. The study was, of course, up and down, but it was a success because we were able to finish it. And in completing the study, we had the president as the office that had commissioned the study, indicating that the person who's going to launch the study, it's not him, but he cited the study during the August 2024, I think, women's event that was in Oudtshoorn, and then indicated that the minister would launch the study. The study was then launched on the 18th of November in 2024. We had high coverage of the study, as you can see there. 554 clips that covered the study. We were on radio, we were on TV, and in terms of the AVE of that exposure, it would be equivalent to 26 million if you had to pay for the time in terms of advertisement and exposure. Social media picked it up because it was owned by the sector, government, and everybody. It was well cited. And how we prepared for it is that, number one, if you're going to do this kind of a study, is that you have to prepare the ground. The first thing that happened is that we had to brief cabinet about the study so that when it is released, government is not surprised and they don't know how to respond when the journalist wants to know what has happened. Number two, we also lined up a few people that we knew will be contacted. So it was not people from the HSRC, but people from outside, activists, people that are normally interviewed by the media. And we informed them that we were going to be launching on this date, and then we shared the fact sheets on the morning that we were launching so that they'll be ready. And one of the things that was amazing is that I looked at the news, and someone like Lisa Vitten was already talking about the study and focusing more on the disability, which is other news, what do you call them? News stations and so on, they don't pick that up. So in a nutshell, that is what is another model of co-engaging, co-creating that we have used as part of that gender work. Thank you, Kangla.
Sure, thank you so much, Dr. Zungu, and thanks for admission of guilt. Okay. And I wish everyone would do that so that NPA doesn't have a lot to do. Now, going to you, Dr. Serena Till, on co-creation in practice, are you or can you just take us through on how does co-creation work in practice and what are the key principles that define co-creation and participatory approaches specifically in health work?
Okay, so I arrived at the CCBR fresh PhD student, and I'm just not quite hot off the press, so take it as that. And I was actually, I want to say, raised by the CCBR because I did all of my fieldwork then, all my subsequent work. So I just wanted to say, also for the HSRC, that's something that we should also think about is how you involve students in your work. Okay, so I think my work is, I am a computer scientist, so my work is working with sensors and AI and all of these things. And one thing that is really important for co-creation is something that's not talked about enough, and that's readiness. Because you can't just land yourself in a community, especially in my kind of work as a computer scientist, and say, now we're going to work with sensors, because the wheels come off spectacularly. Because you have to, and my favorite author is Sanders and Strappers, and they say that we have to work together as equals. That's how they define co-design and computer science. But we couldn't quite be equals when I landed, because I didn't deeply enough understand the mothers that I was working with, and they didn't understand the sensors I wanted them to work with. So I had to call my supervisor and say, I'm going to take an extra year, because if I want to say I have co-created something, I will co-create something, not co-fudge something. And we ended up learning about each other. I got ready by understanding the mother's contexts, understanding what they wanted for their children, what was important. A lot of stuff that went very much against that was written in the current literature. And I did training sessions with the mothers to understand sensors. I just came with a laptop and we just configured sensors over and over again until we could really co-create an ECD tool for children. And then we could say that we had done this together as equal partners, but we shared knowledge. I could share my knowledge about sensors, but I had loads of literature-based, just to say, misconceptions coming in. So that's the one thing, is you have to focus on readiness, especially if you're working in the digital space. And then everything else was on the previous slides about empowerment. At the end of my study, well, actually not at the end, just a couple of weeks ago, I was asking the mothers, how honest would you guys have been with me in the beginning? And one of the mums were like, not honest at all. When you came in here, we thought you were nuts with your sensors and a blanket. And now I would have told you it's lovely. I would have said, yeah, let's do this. But towards the end, they were like, now we know that we know you and we're ready to work with you, and we have that emotional readiness with each other. We can very happily tell you that's not going to work, we don't like it. So it's that emotional readiness if you really want to co-create. And to move from co-design to co-creation, but you also have to co-evaluate. And we shouldn't forget that. Is at the end when we built my whole artifact, which was a blanket full of sensors that kids could play with that is embedded with the ECD curriculum. When we had finished building it, we all realized it was incredibly boring. And we had to go back and redesign. So that co-evaluation is also super, super important. Stakeholder-wise, absolutely the community, it's not even a question. I have driven back from the CCBR with 2 students crying in the back of my car, because you need to also involve students who are learning about technology. Start earlier than we are. It shouldn't start when you're a researcher, because they had to show the mothers the app, and the mothers did not like that app, and at least 2 of the girls were crying. So everybody, stakeholders should be there. If you can, policymakers should be there. Other researchers has written that you should not use the internet, and then the community tells you, but why, should be there. But I think we should start earlier, and that talks about bringing your research back into education.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tick. Now, Professor Moyo, on issues of co-creation, especially and participatory research in health and well-being in areas that are focusing on social determinants of health, and specifically reflecting on the various projects that have been done in PHSB. Can you briefly describe how applied co-creation and participatory approaches, and the reasons why this was done.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. So I want to start by just asking us all to think, when we think about the social determinants of health, we have to think about what is health, right? What is health? We know that the WHO defines health as a state of complete well-being, not only the absence of physical or mental illness. The fact that we are all here is because we're healthy. Because if we're not well, we would not be here. And then the things that affect our health, apart from the deep, maybe basic scientific aspects, is where we live, where we learn, where we go to work, and those are the things that the HSRC studies. And I want to make that point because the work that we do fits into our living existence, whether it's in the basic sciences. Yesterday we saw interns were graduating from different disciplines, but the work that they do actually fits into the holistic picture of health, and that is how I define health. And when we think about our division, from what Dr. Zungu spoke about, from what Dr. Mabaso mentioned, and from what Serena mentioned, everything is linked. We have to think about it from a holistic perspective. Even the things that were discussed this morning, it's all a holistic picture. So our division is very well placed within the HSRC and to speak about engaged research, because if you're not healthy, you can't go and vote. If you're not healthy, you can't go to school. So I just wanted to make that point. So I just coming to answer your question now. I won't take too much time. I think what Dr. Zungu mentioned really underscores what has been the lessons and the history and the foundations of how PHSB approaches participation, co-creation, and even co-design. And I wanted to take us back by mentioning our flagship project. Most of you would know the HSRC from the HIV work that we do. That work is pivotal and innovative from way back when, because it linked social sciences to medical sciences, which is the point I was making about we live and exist as human beings. The issue around HIV is not an art issue. It's an issue of people. How do we live? How do we exist? How do we then engage with the interventions so that we can achieve those things that are important even in our plan? We know the plan for South Africa, a long and healthy life for all South Africans. So in terms of what has been done right from the start, I wasn't even there at the HSRC, but I think it's what brought me to the HSRC as a person who's trained in medicine, because I saw the value of bringing this social sciences aspects with the health aspect, because you combine that, because that is who we are. So right from the beginning, I understand that there was this going to the grassroots. If you remember, I think the young people may not remember, way back when HIV was rife, when there was limited knowledge, it was so stigmatized. Some of us will remember when we were young that people were dying in the rooms. You know, they would close them up in the rooms. You can't speak to so-and-so. Nobody could speak about it. How do you begin to tackle that problem? It was going to the grassroots. Initially, focus groups, understanding how can we even begin to understand this disease? How can we begin to think about the interventions? How can we begin to think about the questions to ask so that we can bring solutions to the table? So initially, there was that going to the ground to design the tools. Right now, this survey is in its 6th iteration, and there are tools that we use focused on what are the relevant questions. It started way back then. So that was the foundation which we use, and I think it's carried through. Mpumi, you mentioned that, because I think that is the blueprint that we use. Even CCBR uses that blueprint. The other thing was that we take a systems approach, and I think it's the point that I've been trying to make. Different stakeholders, as has been mentioned, civil society, very, very important. You know, civil society is a very significant partner in everything that we need to do, because civil society represents communities, and communities represent the people, and actually we are part of those communities. We must always remember that we don't study other people, we are part of those communities, and those people speak, you know, our language and speak the languages of our mothers, of our parents. So those are people who are also engaged. As advisory groups, Dr. Mabaso spoke about the CABs, and I think this morning there was a mention of that advisory groups. There are also scientific advisory groups that work in terms of the co-creation and facilitating participation. In the work that we have done, we normally have a steering committee, where we've got friends who will tell you as it is, that now you are going off track. So to maintain that rigor, to maintain connection to community, to maintain your goals and objectives. If we use the HIV, for example, as our flagship project, we have those friends who sit with us and you say, you're going to do this, this is not going to work. Go back and interrogate that. So that is very important. Policymakers, so it's already been mentioned at different levels. One of the things that we have really, really highlighted as the HSRC is going down to different levels of policymakers. If you look at the slide that is being flighted now, right in the center there, you see that there is a post about what was happening in Northwest Province. You may have seen the HSRC 2024, 2023 in the media, going to different provinces to engage and co-create and even think about the future based on the work that we had done. Those engagements involved different levels of people. So we didn't only do it in Pretoria, we didn't only do it in Cape Town, but we went to all the provinces. And we did a lot of work in engaging with our partners, whom we have worked with on the ground, but to say, we have done this work, you were with us from the beginning, this is what we found, what do we do with it? That is co-creation, because at the end of the day, the provinces have to implement their strategic plans for HIV and TB and STIs. National also has to implement, the districts have to implement, but at the end of the day, it's me and you, right? Yeah. Now we're talking about this new vaccine. How is it going to be given? Who is going to take it? We need to do that type of work, because when we engage at grassroots level, then we have that common understanding. And then I wanted to speak about our international partners. It was mentioned today that sometimes you have this maybe unequal or difficult or challenging relationship with our partners. And I think this is the time to interrogate it. We as PHSB have learned, I think, over the years, when I joined, we've learned to walk that fine line. And there was science diplomacy this week. I didn't attend that, but I was actually thinking, like, because you have to be diplomatic, right? You give and take. In my language, it is andla ziyagezana, right? The hands watch each other, that's the direct translation, you know? This hand can't watch by itself, this hand needs each other. So there has to be value for you and for me. So the funders cannot come and say, this is what we want to do. What is in it for them, but what is in it for us? Because we are the people, so it's important that we co-create. I want to close by just saying one thing. In terms of co-creation and moving forward, this year I had the opportunity to be invited by our CEO. Sorry for putting you on the spot. But one of the things that we had to think about was how do we deal with health research in the Global South? And one of the things that we need to think about around funding is funding ourselves. We heard today about the dividend that we have. We need to think smart. We have the people, but we also have the brains. And one of the positions I put forward was that we need our own health fund. Could be a BRICS health fund, could be an African health fund, but that will help us to then do the things in the way in which we want to do them without rushing, because we understand if we are working with the mothers in the community, you need time. But when they give you the funding for 2 years, how do you do that? So those are some of the examples that I want to put forward as what we've done that has made us successful in the work that we've done.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Moyo. Well, we still have a minute or two, then we're done. I've got the time. Dr. Zungu, just last question. Just reflecting on, the work that we've just spoken about, what happens in cases where there is a conflict between government, funder priorities, scientific standards that need to be upheld? How do we deal with those?
Thank you, Chair. I feel very intimidated by the GE sitting on the side there. Yeah, I think there's always a conflict between the work that we do, and that conflict is not only with the funders, Chair, but also sometimes even with partners, including civil society. One of the things that for me has been a bit defining is the question around who does gender-based violence research in this country. And by who, I mean by race, by gender, and so on. So civil society, for an example, is challenging us to say, why is it that most of the work that is being done on gender-based violence is being done among Africans and coloureds? What about the other groups? So if we are going to engage with the work, I think those are some of the questions that we want to tackle. Why is it that with all the work that you've done and all the research that you've done, it has not translated in a reduction of gender-based violence in this country? So those are the tensions that one needs to navigate as you plan these studies. And in terms of funders and government, I think one of the challenges that we had with the gender-based violence is that because of what was happening in the country, every time there was a crisis around gender-based violence, there was a pressure for us to release the study. The first pressure came where we were sitting maybe at 50% data collection, and we started getting pressure to release the study. Every time there was a change of a minister, sometimes, someone who's new also wants you to release the study because it becomes that important thing that came out. But I must say that we were able to convince not only the funders, but we're mostly supported by the funders who said, if HSRC says the study is not ready, the study is not ready. You'll only release it at the end, because there is a risk that we have to manage to release a study when it's not finished and the prevalence then changes at the end. It is us who are going to have to answer to our communities. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Zungu. Colleagues, since last week, Wednesday, I attended the science diplomacy course, and one of the important things I learned from the science diplomacy course was the importance of the mandate. Even when it clashes with your personal preference and interest and values, when you go on to multilateral spaces, you must go with the mandate and stick with the mandate. And so my mandate, Professor Zungu, is to look after the people, not after the panel. So I do have a personal interest in the panel, but I unfortunately have to open the conversation to the people who gave me the mandate. And I'm going to take a question in the overflow room and a question on my right-hand side of the room. And for now, I'm going to overlook Professor Charles Hongoro because he comes from the HSRC, and I will take anyone else who does not come from the HSRC. Here's the mic. Tabo, please bring the mic here whilst we see, we can see you in the overflow room. Please just put your hand up so we see if there is anyone who wants to say something. Then they will be next. Please go ahead, Jen.
Molweni, ndingu-Aphiwe mna wase-Northwest University. I think my question is around the co-creation and collaboration with communities. It's a question I also had for the previous panelists. How do you ensure that the community is empowered to such an extent that they are able to publish with you? Because what I've seen currently in action research, participants become excited to become co-researchers, and it ends there. And we use the term and to glorify it without seeing their names in the reports, without seeing their names in publications. So what is it that we need to do on the ground to be truly empowering? Because as it stands, you will walk the stage alone. Many other researchers will walk the stage alone. How do we make sure that we are for the people and the people themselves see their names there, and we workshop them to write their stories and publish with us instead of us publishing their stories? Thanks.
Thank you, Aphiwe. There is a question this side. Let me just hold on. I see you. Anyone from the overflow room who has a question, please raise a hand. All right, there is no hand, so you may go ahead, and that's the last question for this afternoon. Thank you. I know.
Hello, everyone. I am Rabetsu from the University of Limpopo. Apologies for the abstract I'm about to present after you said no abstract. When it comes to gender-based violence, we often hear about the statistics of wives and husbands who have been murdered at the hands of their partners. I was a student volunteer for a community engaged program which educated learners about child abuse, and I ran my own organization in high school about abuse. What I noticed was that besides some of these learners growing up in abusive households, they also observe this behavior at school, then they deem it as normal. In future, we have males and females who end up in abusive relationships. With the co-creation research, is there a plan to include these age groups? Because I don't think we are asking the right questions and implementing the right methods, hence the statistics continue to increase.
Thank you very much. We're now going to allow the panel to respond to those two questions if there is no hand from the overflow room. Thank you. Over to you, panel.
Thank you so much. Mpati has asked me to respond to the first one, but I think the second one also is about gender-based violence. The first one from Apiwe, from Northwest, about co-creation and how we make sure that the benefits of research also, I guess, filter all the way to the communities. I think initially our approach was that, you know, after we've completed the survey, everybody is acknowledged, and then it's listed in the report. But of late, we've begun to move beyond that. So we've got a project called the Stigma Index project, where number one, you cannot implement that study without people living with HIV, so they have to lead. So the model that we came up with is that it is a mirror. At the HSRC, you have a PI, and on the other side, you have a PI. That is the sector of people living with HIV. You have a director, and they are leading the report. So we couldn't launch it at the recent AIDS conference, but the leader of that, and probably about 3 authors in front, it's the sector. You also, if you go back to our old work on the research gate, you'll see that there are some policy briefs that are actually led by people from the sector. So I think that is the new way things will go, especially with the push of, you cannot just be studying us and we are not benefiting from it. You are getting all the money to do the research, you are hiring yourself and so on. So I think there's that push. Even with the gender-based violence, there are communities we couldn't work because when we got there, they said, our children are unemployed here. How are we benefiting? So you either hire them to collect the data or you don't enter the community. So I think as researchers, we have to think through that. And then the last one around the abuse. Thank you for that question. It's an important question. And one of the things that we found on the study is what we are talking about. One, that gender-based violence in this country starts very early. So children are abused. Probably even in the womb, their mothers are beaten up. So before you are even born, you have already been exposed to violence. Then it's the sexual abuse. From the sexual abuse, then you see the risk. Because what the study did is that we didn't only focus on women, but we actually also looked at men and perpetration. And the risk factors for both, for being in a relationship that is abusive and being a perpetrator, is observing violence. There's a group at VETS, a very interesting work. I think you should look at it. They have a project in Mpumalanga where they are looking at intergenerational violence. So they are interviewing the different generations within the family. One of the key findings of our study was one, that the violence actually located in the family. So when we look at non-partner violence, the physical violence, if you look at who is the perpetrator, we found that 31% was a family member. If you look at IPV, which is intimate partner violence, it's higher than non-partnered violence, even for sexual violence, which tells you that most women are raped inside their homes in a relationship by someone they know. So I agree with you 100%. In terms of what needs to happen, and you know you had to rush there, we are already working with government since we've launched the study. the idea is that we need to have an action plan and we relook the NSP and come up with things that we're going to respond. The family, everybody's data is locating what needs to happen within the family. Children, and which is what the study found, is that when you look at who is victimized, if a woman comes to the whatever service provider, that's not the only person you need to look at. You need to look at the whole family because of exposure. So I agree with you 100%. That's the work that we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just want to add, just to give a direct response to the question on papers. Over and above the reports, as Bumi mentioned, and the policy briefs, we actually had to have workshops with PLHIV sector on data analysis. We spent time with them, I think the whole week, but also we work with people that have the capacity to absorb that kind of work. And then the next one was scientific writing workshops that we held with them. And again, that was a much larger group, to the extent that to date, we have a draft manuscript that is led by PLHIV sector. And in fact, there is a second draft manuscript that is led by the PLHIV sector. Our role is just to assist, provide technical support where required. So we are actually, through those workshops, empowerment workshops, that is what we do. We are handing over to them, and I think that's the idea. But remember, though, that not all communities, not all our involvement is about publications. There are other things that need to happen in these communities. Thank you.
Good. All right. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Chair, may I add?
Yes, please, Prof. Sorry, I don't see you.
For our colleague from Northwest, you know, apart from the organized people, civil society, all our reports will name you if you were working with us. If you take all our work in terms of publication and you read the back and the front, we acknowledge the people so they can take the report online or wherever and say, I was part of this project, and they can use it wherever. We take that very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think the question is about what do we consider knowledge, so and scientific rigor and writing and all of that stuff. So basically, there's a conference, the Africa conference, that's happening in Cairo at the end of this year, and we've published a paper there that's led by two of the farmers in the food security study. They are the main authors, and I decided I'm going to just submit this, and if it's rejected, it's rejected. But I asked them to write their story themselves in Zulu, and then I added pointers on top in English, and we submitted it, and it was accepted. So we have to push the norm that what does knowledge look like, and what does it read like.
Thank you very much. As we give that big round of applause to our panelists and to ourselves for being a wonderful crew. Thank you very much, Prof. You may take your seats. I would like to announce that we are now going to move to 3 breakaway rooms, and 2 of these breakaway rooms will have the same conversation. In parallel session 1, if you have an interest in co-creation and participatory research approaches, the venue will be Charles Digwale, and Professor Lynn Hendricks will be waiting for you there to facilitate the session. The same conversation on co-creation and participatory research approaches will be happening in Barcelona, and Dr. Luando Mdleleni will be facilitating the session. And there will be a session in the venue called Virginia on impactful community partnerships. The first 2 venues, as you walk out of this door, are on your right, and the third venue is on the side that is called International Wing. And I'm going to request the facilitators in those sessions to not give a break. So as you walk out, you can grab your biscuits and coffee and take them inside the venue. But in those venues, there will be no break in between, because we need to finish by 4:10 on the, 5 on the spot. And when we finish at 5:10, you will note in your program that there are posters that are being presented as well from 5. And these posters will remain there. You can go and enjoy, the posters. However, as you finish at 5:10, at 5:20, in that venue where there's a poster presentation, it's called the Cape Town International. Please don't pack your bags to the airport. The venue name is Cape Town International. So, In that venue, there will be the HSRC and SANSA bilateral memorandum of understanding signing. We will start on the spot at 5:20. Please finish on time, and then it will be followed by the book launch of the HSRC Democracy at 30, and we will go on until we finish that session, that cocktail session. So thank you very much for being a wonderful audience for today, and I will see you in the breakaway rooms right now. Thank you.